Chapter 1250. Brother Niu. When the others saw how badly Niu Dajiang was beaten, their eyes turned red. What? You want to rebel? Do you loose cultivators not want to live anymore? Young Master Mo said coldly. Don't interfere. Niu Dajiang quickly shook his head. They were all loose cultivators, so how could they fight against the second generation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters? If they really angered the second generation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, if the second generation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters wanted to kill them, it would be too easy. The others also knew that they couldn't fight against the second generation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. They could only suppress the anger in their hearts. I'll give you 100 whips. If you can live, I'll spare you lowly people. Young Master Mo said with a smile. In his opinion, this was just playing around. Didn't the second generation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters like to build the pain of others on top of their own happiness? This kind of thing happened too often. I hope the young master will keep his word. Niu Dajiang said. Crack, crack, crack. Young Master Mo whipped Niu Dajiang again and again. In an instant, Niu Dajiang's skin and flesh were torn open. Not long after, Niu Dajiang was covered in blood. Niu Dajiang was a man, so he didn't make a sound. The second generation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters looked at the scene with great interest. When they saw Niu Dajiang's half-dead appearance, they felt waves of excitement. At that moment, two old men walked out of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. They were the Vice-Temple Masters, Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe. Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe heard that Morong Baishan had invited Lin Feng to a banquet tonight, so they planned to go to the Four Saints building. They hoped that Morong Baishan could be the middleman and introduce them to Lin Feng. Then, they could resolve some misunderstandings between them. Sun Yongchang had just fought with Lin Feng, so he didn't go personally to avoid any awkwardness. However, he prepared a gift for Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe to bring to Lin Feng. However, just as they came out, they saw a group of juniors from the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters surrounding a loose cultivator. One of them was even holding a whip and lashing out at another loose cultivator. Seeing this scene, Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe's faces immediately darkened. In fact, regardless of whether it was Sun Yongchang, Lu Shibao, or Dong Yunhe, as the Deputy Hall Masters of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, they were all relatively upright. They had previously supported Zhugejian, and this was a power struggle. Fighting for power didn't mean they had bad conduct. Furthermore, Lu Shibao himself was in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Naturally, he would not tolerate such a thing. Guard Captain Nalen, what's going on? Lu Shibao asked. It was Great Elder Mo's grandson and the descendants of a dozen or so other elders. They were rampaging through the streets and injured quite a few people. A young man was enraged and grabbed Great Young Master Mo's whip. Because of that, Great Young Master Mo was enraged and beat that young man half to death. Another person couldn't bear to watch any longer and came out to protect that young man. Great Young Master Mo said that if he whipped him 100 times, he would spare that young man. That cultivator agreed, but Great Young Master Mo had imbued his whip with dermic power, so that cultivator protecting the young man was also beaten half to death. Nalen Yuanfang explained. Dong Yunhe said, You just watched Mo Zijia beat people half to death without doing anything? Nalen Yuanfang hurriedly said, Vice Palace Master, this subordinate also wants to interfere, but Mo Zijia and the others all have extraordinary statuses, so we don't have the authority to interfere. Furthermore, Grand Elder Mo is the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, so we don't have the authority to interfere with these young masters' matters. Dong Yunhe nodded with a gloomy expression. He understood that these guards didn't have it easy. He said, This Great Elder Mo is relying on that person's support. It's fine if he acts domineeringly in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, but even his descendants are learning from him. The reputation of our Temple of Spiritual Array Masters will be ruined by these spoiled brats. Lu Shibao said, Let's go take a look. Then, the group walked over. Because Mo Zijia's whips were filled with magic power, even Niu Dajiang's iron-like body couldn't withstand more than 60 whips. He fell to the ground, unable to move. You can't take more than 60 whips? What a piece of trash. Mo Zijia sneered, but he didn't intend to stop. He raised his right hand and lashed out again and again. Many people looked at Mo Zijia angrily, but how could they dare to do anything? Niu Dajiang's brothers clenched their fists and wanted to pounce on Mo Zijia. Niu Dajiang, who was lying on the ground, kept shaking his head, indicating that they shouldn't be impulsive. Mo Zijia raised his right hand and lashed out at Niu Dajiang again. At that moment, a cold voice shouted, "Stop!" It's Deputy Temple Master Lu. When the spoiled brats saw Lu Shibao's angry voice, their faces turned pale and they quickly retreated. Mo Zijia wasn't afraid of Lu Shibao. Lu Shibao was about to retreat. His grandfather was about to take over Lu Shibao's position. Therefore, it wasn't without reason that Mo Zijia was so arrogant and despotic. He was full of confidence. Junior greets the two deputy temple masters. Mo Zijia bowed slightly. Humph. Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe snorted and ignored Mo Zijia. Instead, they looked at Niu Dajiang, who was beaten half to death, and the youth. This brother is also unlucky. He didn't find the person he was looking for, and instead, he was beaten half to death. Seeing Niu Dajiang on the ground, Nalan Yuanfang shook his head and sighed. Lu Shibao asked, "Captain Nalan, do you know this person?" Nalan Yuanfang replied, "Reporting to Master, this person came to the temple not long ago to look for a cultivator called Lin Qing. He said that he was friends with Lin Qing and that they came to the temple together. After they parted ways, Lin Qing came to the temple to look for relatives. However, this subordinate sent someone to the External Affairs Hall to check the records and found that there were indeed more than 10 cultivators who came to look for relatives. They were temporarily arranged to stay in Su Yun's courtyard, but there was no one called Lin Qing." Lin Qing? Lin Qing? His surname is Lin? Lu Shibao frowned slightly. Dong Yunhe frowned as well. They suddenly remembered that Lin Feng was also surnamed Lin. Lu Shibao looked at the half-dead Niu Dajiang and asked, "Brother, I heard that you came to the temple to look for someone called Lin Qing. Do you have a token?" "Yes, I do." Niu Dajiang's hands were trembling. He took out the jade tablet that Lin Feng had given him and gave it to Lu Shibao. "This? The Grand Elder's token?" Lu Shibao was shocked. He quickly took it and inspected it with his divine sense. "Brother Dong, take a look." Lu Shibao gave the token to Dong Yunhe. Dong Yunhe inspected it and was shocked. "It's Grand Elder Lin's token. Grand Elder Lin actually gave it to this person. It seems like this person's relationship with Grand Elder Lin isn't simple." Dong Yunhe whispered. "All right." Lu Shibao nodded and quickly ordered, "Guard Captain Nalan, quickly help him up." Captain Nalan hurriedly helped Niu Dajiang up, while the other guard helped the youth up. Mo Zijia naturally recognized the Grand Elder's command token. When he saw Niu Dajiang take out the Grand Elder's command token, he felt that something was wrong. Mo Zijia hurriedly signaled for one of his followers to report the situation. However, how could Mo Zijia's little trick hide from Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe, the two vice hall masters? At that moment, Lu Shibao shouted coldly, "Let's see if any of you who have committed a crime dares to leave." The spoiled brat who had intended to report the situation was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. "Mo Zijia, do you admit to your crimes?" Lu Shibao looked coldly at Mo Zijia and shouted, "What crimes have I committed?" Mo Zijia countered with a fearless look. He was certain that a deputy hall master of Willowstone Castle who was about to retire would not dare to punish him. Since he was about to retire, would he dare to offend his grandfather? But this time, Mo Zijia's guess was wrong. If the person who had been beaten had been an ordinary independent cultivator, Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe might not have punished Mo Zijia. However, the person who had been beaten half to death was holding Lin Feng's Grand Elder's token. It was obvious that he was Lin Feng's friend. They all knew Lin Feng's temperament. He was an overbearing and aggressive person. His friend had been beaten half to death. How could he let the matter rest? Of course not. Right now, Lin Feng did not know about this matter. If he did, who knew what would happen? Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe had been worrying about how to get in touch with Lin Feng to resolve the misunderstanding between them. Now, Niu Dajiang's beating had given them an opportunity. Lu Shibao looked coldly at Dong Yunhe. As a disciple of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, you have committed outrages outside and tarnished the reputation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. I don't even need to mention your other crimes. Just this crime alone is enough for you to be punished with a broken leg and expelled from the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Hearing Lu Shibao's words, Mo Zijia's expression suddenly changed. He could tell that Lu Shibao was not joking. Mo Zijia said, I want to see my grandfather. As the hall master of the law enforcement hall, he will know whether I'm guilty or not. Lu Shibao immediately sneered, Mo Zijia, have you forgotten that even the law enforcement hall is one of the 3 halls that I manage? Could it be that I don't understand the law of the Spiritual Array Master Temple better than your grandfather? Guard Captain Nalen, Mo Zijia, and his group of 15 have openly violated the rules of the Spiritual Array Master Temple. They have abused their power to bully others, treated human lives like grass, and tarnished the reputation of the Spiritual Array Master Temple. According to the law, all of their legs will be broken and sent to the prison. After the 12 Vice Hall Masters have a discussion, they will be expelled from the Spiritual Array Master Temple. Yes, carry out the order. Nalen Yuanfang waved his hand, and a group of guards immediately pounced on Mo Zijia and his group like wolves and tigers. Lu Shibao, you old man, let's see if you dare break my legs, Mo Zijia cursed loudly. Kacha kacha. In the next moment, his 2 legs were directly broken by a guard. This was a comminuted fracture, and there was no chance for him to recover at all. Including Mo Zijia, 15 young thugs fell to the ground and screamed miserably. Dong Yunhe waved his hand and said, Send them to the prison. Good, well done. The Spiritual Array Master Temple is indeed worthy of being one of the 3 supreme powers of the Tianwu continent. They are really fair. Countless people clapped their hands and cheered. Quickly carry the injured back to the temple and invite the great elder of the Spiritual Herb Hall to treat them, Lu Shibao ordered. At this moment, 4 guards carried a stretcher over and placed the heavily injured Niu Dajiang and the youth on it before carrying them into the Spiritual Array Master Temple. Niu Dajiang's 10 brothers also followed them into the temple. Countless people were still excitedly discussing how Lu Shibao had punished Mo Zijia and his group. There were even people who used memory crystals to record how Lu Shibao righteously dealt with Mo Zijia's matter. Very quickly, the contents of the memory crystals were continuously copied and spread throughout the entire temple city in an extremely short period of time. This matter caused a huge uproar. After all, which power didn't have hedonistic disciples? However, many powers had a tolerant attitude towards hedonistic disciples. At most, they would verbally restrain them. However, it was the first time they had seen such a severe punishment for hedonistic disciples like the Spiritual Array Master Temple. It's not without reason that the Spiritual Array Master Temple was able to become one of the 3 supreme powers of the Tianwu continent. Countless powerhouses from great powers couldn't help but sigh with emotion after seeing the images in the memory crystals. They also felt admiration for the Spiritual Array Master Temple's impartiality. Chapter 1251. In the main hall, Dong Yunhe smiled and said, although dealing with Mo Zijia and the others offended Emoling-chan, it was a great help in repairing our relationship with Lin Feng. Furthermore, news of Brother Lu's impartiality has already spread throughout the entire temple city. This matter might even reach the ears of the 4 ancestors. When the time comes, the 4 ancestors will definitely reward Brother Lu. Lu Shibao said, although dealing with Mo Zijia and the others was partly due to Lin Feng, in fact, even without Lin Feng, I would have dealt with them the same way. Oh, why is that? Dong Yunhe looked at Lu Shibao suspiciously. He was very familiar with Lu Shibao's personality, which was why he had been unable to suppress Emoling-chan all these years. Lu Shibao said, look at what Mo Zijia and the others have done. The reputation of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters has been ruined by these people. If we don't deal with these black sheep, who knows how many people will follow them in the future? Furthermore, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Mo Zijia is so arrogant and despotic. Isn't it because Emoling-chan has spoiled him? If I step down and let Emoling-chan take over my position, what will happen to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters? Therefore, before I step down, I must bring down a Molung-chan. Hearing Lu Shibao's powerful words, Dong Yunhe realized that he had really underestimated this old friend of his. Dong Yunhe sighed and said, "You know that bringing down a Molung-chan is too difficult. He has that person behind him." "Of course I know it's difficult, but what if Lin Feng is on my side?" Lu Shibao narrowed his eyes. "You want to drag Lin Feng with you?" Dong Yunhe's expression changed. He said, "Even if Lin Feng becomes the fourth successor, his foundation is still shallow. I'm afraid he won't offend that person." Lu Shibao sighed and said, "When the time comes, I will test Lin Feng and see what kind of person he is." "Are we still going to the Four Saints building?" Dong Yunhe asked. "I'm not going. Since Niu Dajiang and the others are Lin Feng's friends, Lin Feng will definitely come over when he hears about what happened here. I need to use this time to think about how to discuss this matter with Lin Feng," Lu Shibao said. 2 hours ago, Niu Dajiang and the others had just arrived outside the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters and inquired about Lin Feng from Nalin Yuanfang. The name Lin Shi was a pseudonym, so Niu Dajiang wasn't able to find out anything about it. Niu Dajiang and the others returned empty-handed, while Lin Feng arrived at the Four Saints building in a carriage. "Great Elder, we've arrived at the Four Saints Tower." Murong Haobua's voice came from outside. In the carriage, Lin Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. "Yes," he responded with a grunt. Murong Haobua opened the curtain and Lin Feng got off the carriage. "Master Murong." The waiter quickly ran over. Obviously, he knew Murong Haobua, this top-notch young master. "Help me bring the carriage down," Murong Haobua said. Although Murong Haobua had an extraordinary background, he wasn't a bossy and domineering person. Instead, he was amiable and approachable. "Yes, I'll do it right away." The waiter brought the carriage to a place far away. "Great Elder, this way please." Murong Haobua led the way. Lin Feng nodded and followed Murong Haobua to the Four Saints Tower. The Four Saints Tower was the best gathering place in the temple city, and it was bustling with people. Lin Gongzi." Suddenly, a surprised voice came from outside. Lin Feng turned around and saw Zhao Ling-er. He told Murong Haobua to stop and wait for him. Then, Lin Feng walked towards Zhao Ling-er. "Why are you here?" Zhao Ling-er asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, "A friend invited me." "What about you?" Zhao Ling-er said, "I heard that there's a gathering in the Four Saints Tower, and that a great figure is coming. The vice-heads of the Temple of Spiritual Formation Masters and more than 30 great elders have already arrived." After the news spread, many people from different powers came, hoping to meet that great figure. "We're also here to try our luck." At that moment, Zhang Hanxian, Shen Mabai, and the others came over. Zhang Hanxian frowned when he saw Lin Feng and said, "Why are you here? Could it be that you followed us here? Last time, you followed us through the desolate ancient forest, and now you want to follow us to meet that great figure from the Temple of Spiritual Formation Masters? Brother Lin, you should know how to restrain yourself." Shen Mabai and the others also looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Zhao Ling-er was unhappy and wanted to retort, but Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to explain anything. Lin Feng said, "I was invited here by a friend, and I just met up with Ling-er, so I didn't come here to chase after you. Please don't misunderstand. My friend must be waiting anxiously, so I'll take my leave." Lin Feng cupped his fists and turned to leave. What kind of powerful friend could a wandering cultivator have? Lu Lishui curled his lips in disdain. Li Muzi said, "The three ancestors are waiting anxiously. Let's go quickly." They nodded and quickly went to a private room on the second floor. On the fifth floor, in a supreme private room, when Lin Feng and Murong Haobua arrived at the Four Saints Tower, Murong Baishan and the others had already received the news. However, Lin Feng had told Murong Baishan in advance not to welcome him. It was just a private gathering, so there was no need to make such a big scene. He and Murong Haobua entered the private room. "Great Elder Lin is here." Murong Baishan stood up. Walala, the 40 or so people sitting in the private room stood up in unison. There were 4 vice palace masters and 39 great elders in total. Each of them was someone who could make the earth tremble with a stomp of their feet. Each of them had a high status and power. Everyone couldn't help but look at the young man who followed Morong Halbwa into the private room. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome, and when he walked, he had the aura of an emperor. Many people were shocked. They had heard a lot about Lin Feng, and now that they saw Lin Feng in person, they couldn't help but be amazed. Haha, this must be great Elder Lin, right? Morong, why don't you introduce him to everyone? A tall and sturdy cultivator said with a laugh. Morong Baishan smiled and said, everyone knows a lot about great Elder Lin Feng, so I won't say too much. Many people laughed. Since they had chosen to be Lin Feng's supporters and followers, they naturally knew a lot about Lin Feng. Morong Baichuan continued, Great Elder Lin, the three beside me are Vice Palace Master Tan Chudwan, Vice Palace Master Wang Yangzi, and Vice Palace Master He Dadong. P.S. I wrote Morong Halbwa as Zhuge Halbwa. It was a typo, so I corrected it. Chapter 1252. Greetings, Vice Temple Masters. Lin Feng bowed to the three of them. Haha, Grand Elder Lin, there's no need to be so courteous. The three Vice Temple Masters didn't dare to be arrogant and hurriedly supported Lin Feng. How could they let Lin Feng bow to them? Lin Feng smiled and said, This is my first time here, so I'll have to rely on the three of you in the future. Tan Chudwan smiled and said, If there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can look for us. We still have some authority in the Spirit Array Master Temple. Morong Baishan smiled and said, These three old fellows love to study spirit arrays. They've been itching to have a good exchange with you. Lin Feng smiled and said, Sure, when I have time, I'll discuss it with the three of you. The three of them smiled and said, Then we can't wait. Many people couldn't help but laugh. These three Vice Temple Masters were famous for being crazy about spirit arrays. Sometimes, they wouldn't sleep for half a month just to study spirit arrays. It was obvious how obsessed they were with spirit arrays. Morong Baishan continued to introduce Lin Feng to the other 39 Grand Elders. These Grand Elders were only a portion of the Grand Elders who supported Lin Feng. Most of the Grand Elders were outside of the temple, and many of them were officials like Morong Baichuan, so they weren't in the temple right now. Lin Feng engraved the names of these Grand Elders in his heart. Let's toast Grand Elder Lin together, shall we? Morong Baishan said with a smile. No one had any objections. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Lin Feng raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Apart from the Vice Temple Masters and Grand Elders, there were more than 10 young cultivators in the private room. There were both men and women, and they were all serving tea and pouring wine for everyone. These people had the same status as Morong Halbwa, and they were the more outstanding disciples of the Vice Temple Masters. Now, these people looked at Lin Feng with both respect and admiration. Lin Feng was about the same age as them, but now, even their elders had become Lin Feng's followers. This caused a huge shock in their hearts. Originally, many people thought that they were of good birth and noble status, so they were complacent. Now that they saw Lin Feng, who was the moon surrounded by stars, they realized that their status was nothing to be proud of. In order to gain the respect of others, one must possess great strength. Just like Lin Feng, many of them swore to themselves that they would train hard in the future. Obviously, Morong Halbwa and the others had taken Lin Feng as their goal. Perhaps this was what Morong Baishan and the others wanted to see. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere of the banquet was also quite rich. At that moment, Lin Feng smiled and said, Since it's our first time meeting, I've prepared some small gifts for everyone. When Lin Feng finished talking, he flicked his finger. Swish, swish. Jade talismans flew out and landed in front of everyone. What's this? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng smiled and said, When cultivators cultivate, they go against the heavens. Countless people have been punished by the heavens in the process of cultivation and have died tragically in the lightning tribulation. Although cultivators can die without regrets after going through so many tribulations, who wouldn't feel regret if they died tragically in the lightning tribulation after going through so many hardships in their lives? Many people became emotional when they heard Lin Feng's words. It had not been easy for them to cultivate to this point. Their friends, brothers, and family members who had cultivated with them in the past had all turned to dust. Lightning tribulation was indeed the thing that everyone feared the most. How many people had died tragically in the lightning tribulation? Perhaps many of the people present here would also die under the lightning tribulation in the near future. This was the fate of cultivators. Most of the time, fate could not be resisted. Either they died of old age, or they broke through their cultivation and increased their lifespan, going against the heavens and seizing life to live forever. Since they wanted to live forever, they had to be prepared to die in the lightning tribulation. Many people were afraid of the lightning tribulation, but they still had to undergo it. Perhaps this was what countless cultivators feared the most. There's a secret technique recorded in these jade talismans called the minor tribulation technique. Lin Feng said, "Minor tribulation technique? What kind of secret technique is that?" Vice Palace Master Wang Yangzi asked in confusion. The minor tribulation technique is a divine ability that I evolved from the Great Calamity technique. Although it's not as powerful as the Great Calamity technique, it has the ability to devour the lightning tribulation. Since everyone has cultivated the minor tribulation technique, you won't have to worry about being destroyed by the lightning tribulation in the future. Lin Feng smiled. What? Everyone stood up abruptly, their hands trembling as they held the jade talismans. The eyes of the dozen or so juniors suddenly widened. Everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. It could completely ignore the lightning tribulation. This divine ability was too heaven-defying. Everyone knew how valuable this minor tribulation transcending technique was. It could even cause a storm of blood. Thank you, Great Elder Lin. Soon, the Vice Palace Masters and Great Elders came back to their senses. They excitedly held the jade talismans and thanked Lin Feng repeatedly. The lightning tribulation troubled everyone. The stronger a cultivator was, the more they feared the lightning tribulation. This was because the stronger a cultivator was, the more terrifying the lightning tribulation would be. Everyone present was worried about their own lightning tribulation. Now that they had the minor tribulation technique, they wouldn't have to worry about it in the future. Moreover, everyone knew that once this psychological burden was put down, their minds would become clear, and their cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. It was foreseeable that their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds in the future. Lin Feng said with a smile, "You are all my supporters and followers, so I naturally won't treat you unfairly. This minor tribulation technique is just a greeting gift. In the future, I will establish a complete reward system. If you can meet the requirements, I can even teach you the 3,000 Great Das. I can even teach you the Great Calamity technique, which is ranked 9th among the 3,000 Great Das." When everyone heard Lin Feng's words, they were incomparably excited, and they wished that they could shed blood for Lin Feng. Lin Feng already knew what everyone's reaction would be. The art of controlling people required both kindness and severity. Lin Feng was now consolidating the relationship between the two sides, so he naturally had to show some sincerity to make these people unswervingly loyal to him. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Everyone, as the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. This minor tribulation technique is a divine ability that cultivators at the Great Elder level and above can cultivate. It's also one of the many rewards, so I added some restrictions. If it's passed on to others, the restrictions will erase the memories of the minor tribulation technique in their souls." "We naturally understand. Please rest assured, Great Elder." Morong Baishan and the others hurriedly said. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Morong Haobua and the others. He smiled and said, "Since you've been brought here by your elders, you must be young disciples who are highly regarded. Don't slack off on your cultivation. In the future, when you become great elders, you will also be able to learn the minor tribulation technique." "Yes, we will definitely cultivate diligently." When Morong Haobua and the others heard that they would also have a chance to learn the minor tribulation technique, they were all extremely excited. Morong Baishan said, "Great Elder, there are many high-ranking members of large aristocratic families who want to meet you. There are even some ancient powers among them. Would you like to meet them? Then let's meet them. It's very important to maintain a good relationship with these top-ranking powers." Lin Feng said. Author's note: there are actually a lot of words in today's chapter. There are even more words in today's chapter. Chapter 1253. This is an invitation card. Murong Baishan handed a gold-edged invitation card to Lin Feng. It listed the people who wanted to visit Lin Feng. There were many factions in the Tianwu continent. The immemorial Zhang family, the four great ancient empires, and other factions were publicly recognized as the top factions. However, the three most terrifying factions were not the immemorial Zhang family, but the Martial Spirit Temple, the Spiritual Array Master Temple, and the Alchemist Guild. These three factions were inextricably linked with countless other factions. Take the Spiritual Array Master Temple, for example. Among the great elders of the Spiritual Array Master Temple, the number of rogue cultivators was very small. Most of them came from various factions. They could often be the bridge between the Spiritual Array Master Temple and their own families. Think about it. If the Spiritual Array Master Temple really wanted to use their power, how much power would they have? Was this something a faction could compare to? Of course not. The Spiritual Array Master Temple had 4 successors. The factions in the Tianwu continent would each choose a successor to be on good terms with. For example, the people of the Divine Temple would definitely not choose to be on good terms with Lin Feng. They could choose to be on good terms with the other 3 successors. The 4 heirs of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters had always kept each other in check. Therefore, the power they controlled was also kept in check. It was just like the 4 saint-level ancestors. In the early years, the relationship between them was not very harmonious. When they were old, the 4 sage-level ancestors wanted to leave the Tianwu continent and needed to find successors. At this time, they were about to give up their power, but they became very harmonious. Now, the various factions that came to visit him were all factions that wanted to be on good terms with him. Of course, they might not know him very well, or they might have chosen to visit him because they were on good terms with a vice temple master or a great elder. However, this was not important. What was important was whether he could borrow the strength of these factions in the future. According to the strength of the factions, the major figures of each faction were listed from top to bottom. The immemorial Zhang family's Zhang Tiando, the great Zhou Empire's Ji Xianyan. Lin Feng glanced at the list. There were more than 20 immemorial aristocratic families, followed by some ancient sacred lands, ancient celestial dynasties, and other quasi-immemorial aristocratic families. There were also many forces from the Primordial Era, and the Ancient Era. The strongest should be the ancient Jiang family and the great Zhou Empire. Let Zhang Tiando from the Jiang clan and Ji Xianyan from the great Zhou Empire come first, Lin Feng said. Murong Baishan nodded and immediately ordered a great elder to invite them. Not long after, Zhang Tiando, Ji Xianyan, and many other clansmen arrived. Old Jiang, long time no see. How are you? After seeing Zhang Tiando, Lin Feng smiled and cupped his fists. Back when Zhang Tiando was in charge of the auction house in the 72 northern prefectures, Lin Feng also knew him. Later on, Zhang Tiando was transferred back to the clan, while Zhang Yudi went out to train and took over Zhang Tiando's position. Speaking of which, Lin Feng's relationship with Primordial Ginger should be the best. Everything is fine. It's been so many years, it feels like a lifetime has passed. Zhang Tiando cupped his fists and smiled. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged woman in white and cupped his fists. You must be Ji Xianyan from the Ji clan. When Ji Xianyan saw that Lin Feng was so humble, her impression of him improved. She smiled and said, I've always wanted to see fellow Taoist Lin Feng's elegance, but I never had the chance. Now that I've seen you, I'm amazed. Fellow Taoist Lin, you're even more handsome than the rumors say. Ji Xianyan was being polite. Lin Feng could tell that she was being polite. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Ji, you're too kind. I don't deserve your praise. Ji Xianyan smiled and said, I'm not being polite. Over the years, I've seen many outstanding young people, but you're the first one who's achieved so much through your own efforts at such a young age. That's why I admire you so much. After pausing for a moment, Ji Xianyan continued, In the beginning, I heard Yuhan mention you. If it weren't for your help, Yuhan might have already died in the land of death. My Ji clan has never forgotten your kindness. Many people dreamed of having the great Zhou Empire owe them a favor, but Lin Feng didn't take it to heart. With his current status, he was indifferent to such things as human relationships. He smiled and said, I wonder how Ji Yuhan is doing now? Ji Xianyan replied, she's been cultivating with the ancestor for many years. She has a lively personality and needs to be restrained. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for her to calm down and cultivate. The young cultivators from the Jiang and Ji clans had mixed feelings when they saw Lin Feng chatting with the two important figures of their clans. They were all top-notch geniuses in the outside world and were respected by everyone. However, compared to Lin Feng, they were worlds apart. Lin Feng was even younger than many of them, but he was talking and laughing with the elders of their clans. Many people couldn't help but sigh. After the members of the primordial Jiang family and the Ji family left, the remaining primordial powers also met up in pairs. Of course, the Tianwu continent was so vast that many ancient powers didn't have any relations with the Temple of Spiritual Formation Masters. They didn't even send their disciples to participate in the Spiritual Formation Master competition. There were many such hegemonic powers in the supreme ancient immortal realms. Only a small portion of the hegemonic powers would be able to come here. But even if it was only a small portion, if one could form a good relationship with them, it might be of great use in the future. After the ancient powers were some quasi-ancient powers. These powers included ancient celestial dynasties, ancient clans, sects, and so on. 5 quasi-ancient powers came together to meet Lin Feng. Penglai, ancient holy land of the Eastern Sea. Great Dragon, ancient celestial dynasty. Ancient mountain of the Yuezhou. Wang clan of the Eastern Prefecture. Wu clan of the Southern Prefecture. It's our turn. In the private room, Zhao Qiwu and the others from the Great Dragon ancient celestial dynasty were shocked. They all left their private rooms and walked towards the supreme private rooms on the 5th floor. Zhang Hanxian said excitedly, I heard that the person we're going to meet is the chief examiner of the Spiritual Formation Master competition. Now that we're going to meet him, do you think he'll take care of us during the Spiritual Formation Master competition? Lu Lishui said excitedly, it would be great if we could stay in the Temple of Spiritual Formation Masters. Mu Xiaowan said, I heard that he'll be one of the 4 future leaders of the Temple of Spiritual Formation Masters. Li Muzi nodded and said, I heard that too. If we can establish a good relationship with such an important person, we'll definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. The group was obviously very excited. Zhao Linger said, there are so many powers that have come to meet him. It won't be easy to get him to take care of us. If you want to stay in the Temple of Spiritual Formation Masters, you'll have to be strong enough. Hua Xinyu nodded and said, Ling is right, so don't expect him to take care of us. Chapter 1254. A great elder named Wang Tianyao was waiting outside. He smiled and cupped his fists. There are too many people who want to see my young master right now, so the time is limited. I only have a quarter of an hour. Please forgive me. The higher-ups of the 5 factions obviously knew Wang Tianyao. At that moment, they heard something different. Wang Tianyao was a heaven-ranked array master, yet he had called the young master. At the very least, 2 important pieces of information had been revealed. First, the young master was a young cultivator. Second, Wang Tianyao and the others were very respectful to him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called him young master. We know. Everyone cupped their fists. The great elder of Penglai, Su Daotu, asked, Brother Wang, is there anything the young master is afraid of? If we know in advance, we can avoid making that lord unhappy when we meet later. Wang Tianyao smiled. My young master is humble and gentle. He doesn't have any taboos. You don't have to worry. Tianyao, let them in. Wang Yangzi was Wang Tianyao's uncle. Wang Tianyao was one of the great elders. Wang Yangzi wanted to make Wang Tianyao his successor, but he hadn't told Lin Feng about it yet. Lin Feng looked at Wang Tianyao's face. Wang Yangzi was Wang Tianyao's uncle, and Wang Tianyao was one of the great elders. Wang Yangzi wanted to make Wang Tianyao his successor, but he hadn't told Lin Feng about it yet. Everyone, please come in. Wang Tianyao smiled. Soon after, the people of the 5 factions followed Wang Tianyao into the private room. It's him. They saw Lin Feng sitting in the main seat of the private room. The great elder of Penglai, Su Daotu, was shocked. In the East Sea world, the young elites of the various factions had disappeared without a trace while exploring the deep-sea Devil Cave. These were the people Lin Feng had saved. Even Su Daoda's grandson, Su Zheng, had been rescued by Lin Feng. Su Daodu had also met Lin Feng once. Su Daodu had never thought that the Lord Spirit Array Master would be Lin Feng. Zhao Qiwu, Zhang Dalong, and Lu Shimo from the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty were similarly shocked. They naturally recognized Lin Feng with a single glance. Wasn't this the rogue cultivator who had joined their team and traversed the desolate ancient forest? At that time, the three of them did not pay attention to Lin Feng. After all, he was only a junior. How did this person become a big shot in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters in the blink of an eye? Why is this person so low-key? The three of them suddenly recalled that the great desolate python had clearly wanted to attack them, but had left in the end. At that time, the three of them thought that there was some prehistoric beast in the area that scared the giant python away. From the looks of it, Lin Feng must have scared off the great desolate python. The three of them could not help but laugh bitterly. Who would have thought that a rogue cultivator who had joined their team would have such an extraordinary identity? Now, they regretted that they had not befriended Lin Feng properly back then. Everyone, this is our young master, Great Elder Lin Feng, Wang Tianyao introduced. Lin Feng? He is Lin Feng? Zhao Qiwu and the others were shocked. They had heard of this name long ago, but they did not expect to meet the person in question today. It was widely rumored that the 26-year-old Lin Feng not only had a battle prowess that was infinitely close to the rebirth state, but also had the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path. With the help of the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path, he could even fight against a rebirth state cultivator. Many people scoffed at such rumors, thinking that although Lin Feng was extraordinary, how could he fight against a rebirth state cultivator? After all, Lin Feng was just too young. But now, everyone believed it. If he did not have the ability, it would not be easy to make so many higher-ups of the Temple of Spirit Array Masters submit. Even if they supported Lin Feng because of some benefits, if Lin Feng was not enough to convince the masses, these higher-ups could make Lin Feng a mere figurehead. But in reality, these higher-ups looked at Lin Feng with respect. From this, it could be seen that the rumors about Lin Feng in the outside world were very likely true. The experts of the five great powers were all old and experienced, so naturally, they understood all the reasons in an instant. As for the younger generation, they were incomparably curious, wanting to see who exactly this legendary Lin Feng was. But now, they had been warned by their elders in advance that without orders, they could not raise their heads to look at that big shot. This was just like the officials of the secular world going to see the emperor. Without orders, they could only kneel on the ground with their heads lowered, unable to look at the emperor. Daring to secretly peek at the emperor was equivalent to offending the heavens. The experts of the five great powers suppressed the shock in their hearts and hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. The group of young cultivators behind them shouted in unison, "Greetings to Lin Gongzi." Then, they bowed to Lin Feng. Of course, they hoped that Lin Feng would remember them. If he helped them in the finals of the Spirit Array Masters competition, they would be able to stay in the Temple of Spirit Array Masters. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. I already know why you are here. If the disciples of your clans are outstanding enough, the Temple of Spirit Array Masters will be happy to nurture them." The experts of the five great powers were overjoyed and hurriedly thanked Lin Feng. Why does this voice sound so familiar? The young disciples of the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty looked at each other with incomparable puzzlement. Lu Lishui could not help but secretly look over. When he saw Lin Feng's figure, he was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. "It's him. It's him." Lu Lishui's face was a little pale. He naturally knew Lin Feng and thought that Lin Feng was a loose cultivator, so he did not have a good impression of Lin Feng. He had even ridiculed him a few times. When they saw Lu Lishui lose his composure, Zhang Hanxian, Shen Mabai, Zhao Ling'er, Hua Xinyu, Li Muzi, Lu Shige, Mu Xiaowan, and Zhang Zixiao also looked over in confusion. When they saw Lin Feng, who was surrounded by countless important figures, they were stunned. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. How was this possible? Wasn't he called Lin Qing? How did he become Lin Feng? How did he become the important figure of the Temple of Spirit Array Masters? Everyone's heart seemed to be surging with monstrous waves. Originally, they had all thought that Lin Feng was a loose cultivator. Many of them looked down on Lin Feng. Before entering the desolation ancient forest, they had even wanted to chase Lin Feng away. They didn't want to bring a powerless loose cultivator like Lin Feng through the desolation ancient forest. As far as they were concerned, Lin Feng was just a burden. If Xiaoling, and Hua Xinyu hadn't insisted, Zhang Hanxian and the others would never have allowed Lin Feng to join their team. But now, they knew that Lin Feng had such a terrifying identity. It was enough for them to look up to him. Bastard, how dare you lose your composure like this? Hurry up and kowtow to Lin Gongzi and apologize. Lu Shige was almost angered to death when he saw Lu Lishui lose his composure. If Lu Lishui's loss of composure made Lin Feng unhappy and offended Lin Feng, it would be a huge blow to the Lu clan. The Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty might even suppress the Lu clan in order to please Lin Feng. At that time, the Lu clan might even decline because of this. Once a large aristocratic family declined, it was common for the family to be destroyed and the people to be killed. Chapter 1255. In fact, Lu Shimo and the others didn't know that the younger generation of the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty had a conflict with Lin Feng. If they knew, they would probably be angered to death. Brother Lin? No, Lin Gongzi, please forgive me for my rudeness. Lu Lishui knelt on the ground, trembling in fear as he begged for mercy. Zhang Hanxian and the others were also trembling. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground and apologize to Lin Feng. In the future, put away your pride and cultivate well. Lin Feng waved his hand. His words were not only for Lu Lishui, but also for Zhang Hanxian and the others. After all, these people had grown up with Xiaoling, and Hua Xinyu. Although they had some opinions about them, they didn't like them very much. However, they still had to give Xiaoling, and Hua Xinyu some face. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. Lu Lishui thanked him profusely. Zhang Hanxian and the others also let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng continued to meet people from other powers and only returned in the wee hours of the morning. Spirit Array Master Temple. Willow Stone Castle's residence. Niu Dajiang woke up from his sleep. Looking at the simple and unadorned room, Niu Dajiang stared blankly for a moment before all kinds of memories flooded his mind. He remembered that he had been beaten up, and then a deputy temple master of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters came out to uphold justice and punish those young thugs. After that, he was carried into the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters on a stretcher. He had fallen asleep while lying on the stretcher and had only woken up now. Second brother, you're awake? Seeing that Niu Dajiang had woken up, one of the cultivators who stayed behind to take care of Niu Dajiang was delighted. This cultivator was called Oxman, Niu Dajiang's cousin. Niu Dajiang sat up, and the pain in his body lessened a lot. What happened when I fell asleep? Niu Dajiang asked curiously. Oxman said, the vice head ordered people to treat second brother's injuries and then arranged for us to rest. I stayed in this room to take care of you. Niu Dajiang said worriedly, I don't know why the vice palace master is so nice to us. After all, we're just a group of independent cultivators. Second brother, I heard that it's because of Brother Lin. Brother Lin? Niu Dajiang looked at Niu Rian in confusion. Oxman said, I heard that Brother Lin's identity is not simple. Even the vice palace master has to be careful when talking about him. Niu Dajiang was shocked. That amiable and harmless-looking Brother Lin? He actually had such an extraordinary identity? This made Niu Dajiang feel like he was in a dream. They had always thought that Lin Feng was just a rogue cultivator. Oxman said, Second brother, you say that Brother Lin is so amazing? Will they really introduce jobs to us? If we can become a guard in the Spirit Array Master Temple, we'll bring honor to our ancestors. Niu Dajiang's heart also moved. He said, Let's talk about this after we meet Brother Lin. Oxman nodded. Not long after Morong Baishan and the others returned to the Spirit Array Master Temple, someone came to see Lin Feng. It was Lu Shibao's son, Lu Neng. Although he had never met Lu Shibao before, Lin Feng had heard of his name from Morong Baishan. Why did your father ask you to come see me? Lin Feng asked. Lu Neng said, It's like this. Something happened outside the Spirit Array Master Temple today. Lu Neng then told Lin Feng everything that had happened. After hearing the gist of what had happened, Lin Feng's expression darkened. He let Lu Neng lead the way. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at Lu Shibao's residence. Dong Yunhe and Lu Shibao were waiting for Lin Feng's arrival. You must be Grand Elder Lin, right? Lu Shibao smiled at Lin Feng and cupped his fists. Lin Feng said, Vice Temple Master Lu, I've admired you for a long time. Lu Shibao smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. I had some unpleasantness with Grand Elder Lin in the past. I hope Grand Elder Lin can forgive me. Lin Feng asked, Was there any unpleasantness? I don't remember. Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe were stunned for a moment, then smiled. Lu Shibao said, Haha, I'm old and muddle-headed. Please don't blame me, Grand Elder. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, Vice Temple Master, you're old but strong, so it's normal for you to remember things incorrectly. I usually remember things incorrectly as well, so I'm deeply moved. Lin Feng then looked at Dong Yunhe and smiled. You must be Vice Temple Master Dong? Yes. Dong Yunhe quickly cupped his fists. After they greeted each other, Dong Yunhe said, I'm sure Grand Elder Lin is worried about your friend. Let's take you to see him. Thank you. You're welcome, Grand Elder Lin. Lin Feng followed Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe to Niu Dajiang's room. When he saw Lin Feng, Niu Dajiang was extremely excited and struggled to get up from the bed. Lin Feng said, Brother Niu, you should lie down and rest. Brother Lin, I've finally met you, Niu Dajiang said excitedly. Lin Feng patted Niu Dajiang's shoulder and said, It's good that you're fine. Take this pill and you'll recover faster. After saying that, Lin Feng took out a healing pill that he had refined and gave it to Niu Dajiang. After taking the pill, Niu Dajiang's pale face regained some color. Rest for now. I'll come and see you tomorrow, Lin Feng said. Then, he left with Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe. When I came here, I heard about the situation from Lu Neng. Thank you, Vice Temple Master, for handling this matter impartially and saving my friend's life. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Lu Shibao said, As the Vice Temple Master in charge of law enforcement, it is my duty to enforce the law impartially, so there is no need for the Great Elder to thank me. Today, I invited the Great Elder here to discuss something with the Great Elder. Oh, what is it? Lin Feng asked. This isn't a good place to talk. Great Elder, please come with me, Lu Shibao said. Lin Feng nodded. In Lu Shibao, Dong Yunhe brought Lin Feng to a living room and set up a soundproof restriction. At that moment, Lu Shibao said, Mo Zijia's grandfather is the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Mo Lengchan. He has a high position and is arrogant and despotic. He has made the atmosphere of the temple city a mess. After I retire, he will take over my position. If he becomes the vice temple master, who knows what will happen to the temple of spirit array masters in the future? Lin Feng said calmly, Vice temple master, you want to get rid of him? You want to arrange for a wise person to take over your position? But this Mo Lengchan has the backing of the vice palace master, who is also difficult to deal with. So the vice palace master wants me to deal with this Mo Lengchan together? It seems that this Mo Lengchan has one of the 3 successors behind him. Am I right? Lu Shibao was shocked. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to guess all his thoughts just by saying one sentence. He had even guessed the power behind Mo Lengchan. Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe couldn't help but sigh. This boy was as smart as a demon. Chapter 1256. Since the Great Elder already knows of my plans, would you be willing to support me in getting rid of the Holy Temple's evil forces and returning peace to the Holy Temple? Lu Shibao asked. Lin Feng didn't directly answer Lu Shibao's question. Instead, he said, Vice Hall Master, can you tell me more about the other 3? Lu Shibao replied, The first is called Dao Ling Tian, and he has cultivated for 3,000 years. The second is called Sun Yumu, and she has cultivated for 800 years. The third is called Zhong Zhangwang, and he has cultivated for 500 years. All 3 of them are close to becoming Saint-ranked Spirit Array Masters, and they might even be Saint-ranked Spirit Array Masters already. They don't often come to the Holy Temple, so they should be traveling around now. Lin Feng said, If my guess is correct, such an important position in the enforcement hall must be in the hands of Dao Ling Tian, who is cultivated for the longest time. Lu Shibao nodded and said, It is indeed as the great elder guessed. Dao Lingtian has cultivated for the longest time, and he has the most vice hall masters and great elders supporting him. Lin Feng was a bit confused as he said, there are 5 vice hall masters supporting Dao Lingtian, and 4 vice hall masters supporting me. You 3 vice hall masters are supporting Zhu Gajian. So there are already 12 vice hall masters supporting Sun Yumu and Zhong Zhenghuang. Could it be that none of the vice hall masters are supporting Sun Yumu and Zhong Zhenghuang? If no one is supporting them, how did they become the successors? Dong Yunhe said, among the 4 saint-ranked ancestors, there are Sun and Zhong Zhenghuang. Lin Feng nodded. So they were the descendants of the ancestors. As a descendant of the old ancestor, coupled with his outstanding talent, it was normal for him to be chosen as the successor. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, I don't understand why you would choose Zhu Gajian. Why don't you just rely on Sun Yumu and Zhong Zhenghuang? Lu Shibao said, Great Elder, you might not know this, but Sun Yumu and Zhong Zhenghuang were sent to the outer realm by the 2 ancestors a long time ago to train. We didn't even have the chance to meet them. Lin Feng said, as the descendants of the ancestors, they became the successors of the Holy Temple without any setbacks. They really do need some training. Yes, in order to train them, the ancestor threw them to an extremely dangerous and chaotic planet. Sun Yumu has been gone for more than 700 years, and Zhong Zhenghuang has been gone for more than 400 years. I've heard that the planet is full of war and slaughter, but the 2 young masters have survived countless dangerous situations. I think they'll be back soon. Dong Yunhe sighed. Lin Feng was stupefied. He hadn't thought that would happen. It seemed like the 4 ancestors were doing their best to train their successors. Lu Shibao continued. The 5 deputy temple masters supported Dao Lingtian a long time ago. Dao Lingtian fought his way out of the many talented disciples and became the first successor. Lin Feng said, since Dao Lingtian fought his way out of the encirclement and became the first successor, that means there should be more than one competitor. You all had supporters at that time, right? But then your supporters were eliminated by Dao Lingtian? You all must have had some unhappiness with Dao Lingtian at that time. Since Dao Lingtian allowed Imo Longchan to do whatever he wanted, he must be a very strong and protective master. To a servant, a master like that is the best, but to other people, Dao Lingtian doesn't know right from wrong. People like that don't know what's right and what's wrong. Therefore, you don't want to take risks and follow Dao Lingtian. He might take revenge on you. Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe smiled bitterly and nodded. Now that they had interacted with Lin Feng, they knew how intelligent Lin Feng was. Many things, Lin Feng's deductions were basically correct without them saying anything. Lin Feng continued, actually, I admire the 2 deputy temple masters. Before retiring, they actually chose to drag Imo Longchan down. That's like offending Dao Lingtian. Imo Longchan will only harm the temple. He won't be of any help. I also want to get rid of him, but if I get involved, the risk is too great. Is it worth it to offend Dao Lingtian? Lu Shibao said, before the 4 ancestors leave Tianwu continent, they will redistribute their power. Each successor can nominate 3 deputy temple masters, but the positions of the 12 deputy temple masters are different. They are all deputy temple masters, but some have high positions, while others have low positions. As the previous deputy temple master, he has the right to make suggestions. For example, I can suggest to the 4 ancestors that Great Elder Lin nominate someone to inherit my position. My position is in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Magical Ability Pavilion, and the Mission Hall, 3 extremely important departments. If I can control them, I will have great power, said Lin Feng smiling. If Imo Longchan is defeated, then Imo Longchan will become the vice leader, right? Said Lin Feng smiling. That's a good thing, but if Imo Longchan is defeated, then Imo Longchan will become the vice leader, right? Yes. Lu Shibao nodded. Dong Yunhe said, there are 5 most important positions in the temple: the Sacred Tower, the Spiritual Array Pavilion, the Law Enforcement Hall, the Ancestral Temple, and the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm. The Sacred Tower will definitely belong to Sun Yumu, and the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm will belong to Zhong Zhenghuang. Lin Feng didn't need to ask why. He could guess. The Holy Tower and the Tai Yuan Celestial Realm were too important. They should be in the hands of Ancestor Sun Dao Ming and Ancestor Zhong Zheng Yuan respectively. They passed them on to their descendants, Sun Yu Mu and Zhong Zheng Huang. Dong Yunhe continued. There are still 3 positions left. The Law Enforcement Hall and the Spiritual Array Pavilion will fall into Dao Lingtian's hands, and the Ancestral Temple will be under your control, Great Elder. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, I will be in charge of the Ancestral Temple? Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe nodded. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. If that was the case, then his power would be far less than the other 3. Originally, the Ancestral Temple and the Law Enforcement Hall belonged to the same person, but Dao Lingtian was too powerful. He took away the Law Enforcement Hall's important position, leaving only the Ancestral Temple for the 4th successor. Lu Shibao said. Lin Feng said, It seems like the division of power in the temple is also filled with intrigue. The 4 ancestors don't care about it? The 4 ancestors don't care about this kind of thing. The strongest person has the most power. This is the rule of the temple. Dong Yunhe said. Lu Shibao said, We plan to hold a meeting of the Vice-Temple Masters. When the time comes, I will impeach Imo Lingchan. As long as half of the Vice-Temple Masters agree, we can report Imo Lingchan's removal to the 4 ancestors. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, If Imo Lingchan retires, who will be the Law Enforcement Hall's Hall Master? Wang Tianyao is the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master. He's very strong, and he's the son of Vice-Temple Master Wang Yangzi. He's very loyal to the temple. I think he can be the next Hall Master. Lu Shibao said. Lu Shibao obviously knew that Wang Tianyao was Lin Feng's subordinate. Obviously, Lu Shibao had already stated his conditions. Lin Feng would support him in impeaching Imo Lingchan, and he would help Lin Feng take over the Law Enforcement Hall. In the future, Wang Tianyao would be in charge of the Law Enforcement Hall, Mission Hall, and Ability Pavilion. Chapter 1257. Of course, Lin Feng would also have to face the situation of offending Dao Lingtian, but the struggle for power had always been one of mutual deception, and Lin Feng did not want to be a mere figurehead. Dao Lingtian had taken away the Law Enforcement Hall that originally belonged to him, and Lin Feng was also extremely dissatisfied with Dao Lingtian. Since Lin Feng had already decided to become one of the 4 successors of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, then he had to do his best to seize as much power as possible. What was the point of being a figurehead of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters? Lin Feng said, I will mention this matter to Vice Head Murong Baishan and the others. Great Elder is truly righteous. In the future, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters will sing the praises of Great Elder, and the future generations will definitely remember it. If not for Great Elder's wise decision today, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters might have fallen from prosperity to decline. Lu Shibao cupped his fists and said. Lin Feng said, Vice Head, there is no need to make me sound so noble. The reason why I helped Vice Head was because I did not want the Law Enforcement Hall to be controlled by someone like Imo Lingchan, and also because the Law Enforcement Hall originally belonged to me in the future. Dao Lingtian forcefully took it away, so how could I let him have his way? What belongs to me? No one can take it away. Let's end our conversation here today. Lu Shibao and Dong Yunhe personally sent Lin Feng off. The next day, Niu Dajiang's body had almost recovered, and Lin Feng had Murong Baishan arrange for Niu Dajiang and the others to be guards of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. The group of people was wild with joy. They did not even dare to believe that they had actually become guards of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. This made everyone feel like they were dreaming. Big Black, give me a slap. I want to see if I'm dreaming. Oxman said to a dark-skinned man beside him. Slap. The muscular man called Big Black slapped Oxman's face, causing Oxman to see stars. It's true, it's all true. Oxman shouted excitedly. Nalan Yuanfang said, Brother Dajiang, in the future, your task will be to patrol at night, and you'll be paid 1,500 top-level spirit stones every year. If you perform well, you'll be promoted, and you'll be paid even more. You can start to bring your family members to live with you. Each of you will be given a courtyard. Of course, if you don't want to bring your family members to live with you, you can save up spirit stones for a few years, and then buy a small city to settle your family members. Every year, you'll have 3 months of vacation, and you can go back to accompany them. Niu Dajiang and the others were incomparably excited, because the treatment of the Spirit Array Master Temple was too good. No wonder countless people racked their brains to enter the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Niu Dajiang and the others were glad that they knew Lin Feng. If they didn't know Lin Feng, how could they, as rogue cultivators, enter the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters? Niu Dajiang and the others quickly went to thank Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the time to meet them, and Niu Dajiang returned Lin Feng's Great Elder Jade Tablet to Lin Feng. Lin Feng encouraged Niu Dajiang and the others, telling them to work hard, and that the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters would not treat them badly. After Niu Dajiang and the others left, Murong Baishan, Wang Yangyi, He Dadong, and Tan Shuduan came to Lin Feng. Lin Feng told the 4 deputy temple masters about what Dong Yunhe had told him yesterday at Willowstone Castle. Originally, Wang Yangyi wanted to mention to Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng could nominate Wang Tianyao as a deputy temple master in the future. Now, the person directly benefiting from Willowstone Castle's impeachment of Emolingchan was his son, Wang Tianyao. Therefore, Wang Yangyi naturally supported Willowstone Castle's decision to impeach Emolingchan. Murong Baishan said, I originally wanted to mention the matter of the enforcement hall to the Great Elder, but since Willowstone Castle has already proposed it, I also agree with Willowstone Castle's suggestion. The enforcement hall is too important, and it originally belonged to the Great Elder, but now it has been forcefully taken away by Dao Lingtian. The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters is also a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you shrink back now, I'm afraid that you will become a laughingstock in the future. When the time comes, the Great Elder will have no real power in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Lin Feng nodded and said, if that's the case, then when the Deputy Temple Master Conference convenes, you can discuss Willowstone Castle's suggestion. Murong Baishan and the others nodded. Lin Feng continued, when will the 4 ancestors come out of seclusion? Tan Shuduan said, the 4 ancestors are currently in seclusion in the extreme Yuan Immortal Realm. They should be coming out soon. In the afternoon, 2 middle-aged men wearing Taoist robes walked out of the extreme Yuan Immortal Realm. They were cultivators who served the 4 ancestors. Although they didn't have any official positions in the temple, their statuses were extremely high. Today, the 2 of them had come to pass on the final decree of the 4 ancestors. They had appointed Lin Feng as the head examiner of the 3,000 provinces finals. Very quickly, news of this matter spread throughout the temple. With this matter settled, Lin Feng's status as the 4th successor was confirmed. After the 4 ancestors came out of seclusion, they would probably summon Lin Feng to officially announce this matter. Many people came to congratulate Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, was rather calm. At night, someone came to visit Lin Feng. It was the enforcement hall's hall master, Emolingchan. It was Lin Feng's first time meeting Emolingchan. Emolingchan was thin and had a sinister look in his eyes. He gave off a very uncomfortable feeling. When he saw Lin Feng, he smiled and cupped his fists, saying, Grand Elder Lin, it's an honor to meet you. Lin Feng also cupped his fists, saying, may I know why Hall Master Emo is here? Emolingchan said, I already know that Willow Castle is looking for Grand Elder Lin. Lord Dao Lingtian also knows. Lin Feng frowned slightly, saying, what does Hall Master Emo want to say? Emolingchan said, Lord Dao Lingtian wants me to pass on a message to Grand Elder Lin. There's no harm in saying it. Lin Feng said. Emolingchan continued, Sun Yumu and Zhongzhang Wang are both descendants of the ancestors. They have known each other for many years and have been training on the same planet for so long. I'm afraid that their friendship runs deep. Lord Dao Lingtian and Grand Elder Lin, on the other hand, do not have a strong background. They both relied on their own abilities to reach their current positions. Lord Dao Lingtian wants to join forces with Grand Elder Lin, but he won't have to fight alone against Sun Yumu and Zhongzhang Wang. Lin Feng knocked on the table, saying, that's it? Emolingchan nodded, saying, Grand Elder Lin is a smart man. I'm sure you understand Lord Dao Lingtian's intentions. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. This Dao Lingtian was going too far. He had sent Emolingchan to talk about this matter. If the 2 of them really joined forces, then Willow Castle's impeachment of Emolingchan would naturally cease. Emolingchan would still be free and unpunished. However, Dao Lingtian did not mention the matter of the enforcement hall's hallmaster. If Dao Lingtian was sincere, then he should have returned the power of the enforcement hall to Lin Feng. However, since Dao Lingtian did not mention this matter, it meant that he did not have any sincerity. Or perhaps Dao Lingtian was too used to being high and mighty. Did he think that Lin Feng would listen to him just because he said something? I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep Hall Master Imo any longer, Lin Feng said indifferently. Imo Lingchan's expression darkened. Lin Feng was already sending him off, but he did not hear the answer he wanted. Grand Elder Lin should know our Lord's abilities. Joining forces with our Lord is a win-win situation. Otherwise, Imo Lingchan narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng, his tone turning cold and threatening. His face was extremely pale, but his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Lin Feng and cursed loudly. Hall Leader Imo, you're really ungentlemanly. How could someone like you become the hall leader of the Hall of Law Enforcement? You're really surprising me. Lin Feng rushed forward and threw another punch at Imo Longchan, Wuji Godly Arts of the Universe. Imo Longchan roared furiously. He kept making hand seals. Then, a terrifying chi emerged from Imo Longchan's body. A gigantic ball of energy condensed in Imo Longchan's body. He released the ball of energy and threw it at Lin Feng. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the light of the moon? Lin Feng looked indifferent. His punch didn't slow down at all. It destroyed Imo Longchan's godly abilities in an instant, and then he threw another punch at Imo Longchan's face. Imo Longchan's body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Before Imo Longchan could get up, Lin Feng had already rushed over. Bang, bang, bang. He kicked Imo Longchan one after another. How was this a fight between experts? It was more like a fight between two ordinary people, and one of them was beaten up by the other. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Imo Longchan roared furiously. What a filthy mouth! Lin Feng sneered and kicked Imo Longchan's mouth. Crack! Imo Longchan's mouth was crushed by Lin Feng's kick. Imo Longchan opened his mouth to speak but couldn't. It was too cruel. Many people felt their scalps go numb when they saw Lin Feng beat up Imo Longchan. Many people had heard that Lin Feng was a devil incarnate who feared nothing. Now they finally saw it for themselves. However, when they saw Imo Longchan being beaten half to death, many people gloated. Imo Longchan was arrogant and domineering. Many people hated him, but they didn't dare to say anything. Now that they saw Lin Feng beat Imo Longchan half to death, they felt relieved. Stop! At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then 5 figures flew over. Yin, Fan, Zhou Wu, Qi, the 5 vice leaders are here. Many people exclaimed. These 5 vice palace masters were vice palace masters who supported Dao Lingtian. When they saw Imo Longchan's miserable state, their faces turned green with anger. The other 7 vice leaders also arrived quickly. When they saw Imo Longchan lying on the ground and howling in pain, they were shocked. Then they smiled bitterly. Morong Baishan, Lu Shirbao, and the others didn't expect Lin Feng to beat Imo Longchan like this. Great Elder Lin, no matter how powerful you are, you shouldn't treat a cultivator of the holy temple like this. Moreover, the one you almost killed was a hall leader, Yin Mingyu shouted. Asked the vice leader, Yin Mingyu. That person was trying to oppress Lin Feng, and he was trying to punish Lin Feng as if he was a virtuous person. Morong Baishan and the others' expressions changed. They were about to retort when Lin Feng waved at them, indicating that they didn't need to do anything. Lin Feng said indifferently, I didn't bully anyone. Imo Longchan came to me and talked nonsense. I was so angry that I beat him up. Yin Mingyu said angrily, you beat a hall leader to this state just because of a dispute of words. Great Elder Lin, don't you think you've gone too far? How is this different from disregarding human life? We will definitely report this matter to the 4 ancestors and let them decide. Lin Feng said, Imo Longchan told me that Dao Lingtian wanted to join hands with me because he felt that Sun Yumu and Zhongzheng Wang would definitely form an alliance. If we don't join hands, we won't be their opponents. Hearing this, Yin Mingyu, who was standing on the moral high ground to punish Lin Feng, twitched his mouth. Fan, Zhou, Wu, and Qi's expressions also became very unsightly. Lin Feng didn't care about their expressions and continued. When I heard Imo Longchan's words, I was angry. In the future, Daoling Tian, Sun Yumu, and Zhongzheng Huang will be in charge of the Holy Temple of Spiritual Arrays. Naturally, we will work together and lead the Holy Temple to glory. This Imo Longchan dared to drive a wedge between us. Think about it. If the four of us who will be in charge of the Holy Temple of Spiritual Arrays fight each other to the death, I'm afraid the Holy Temple of Spiritual Arrays will fall apart. This person has such malicious intentions. How can I forgive him? That's why I couldn't control my anger and hit him. If the Vice Palace Masters think that I'm wrong for hitting Imo Longchan in a fit of rage, then I'm willing to apologize to the four ancestors. Yin Mingyu and the other four's expressions were very unsightly. How could they say that Lin Feng was wrong? Imo Longchan's act of sowing discord was a serious crime. Yin Mingyu and the other four knew that Lin Feng was just adding oil to the fire to slander Imo Longchan. Even so, they had to swallow their pride and swallow their pride. Chapter 1259. The news that Imo Longchan was almost beaten to death by the demon king Lin Feng spread quickly in the temple. It didn't take long for everyone to know about it. The next day, the 12 deputy temple masters held a meeting to discuss how to deal with Imo Longchan. Lu Shirbao impeached Imo Longchan. There were 5 crimes. First, he was arrogant and domineering when he was the head of the law enforcement hall, which caused the temple to complain. Second, he allowed his disciples to do whatever they wanted, which seriously damaged the temple's reputation. Third, he didn't meddle in the affairs of the temple, which caused the atmosphere in the temple to deteriorate. Fourth, he used his power to amass wealth. Fifth, he sowed discord among the 4 successors. His intentions were vicious. The 5 deputy temple masters, Yin, Fan, Zhou, Wu, and Qi, remained silent because they knew there was nothing they could do. The suggestion to remove Imo Longchan from his position in the Law Enforcement Hall and appoint Wang Tianyao as the Law Enforcement Hall's hall master, and to hand over the entire matter to the 4 ancestors for the final decision, was approved by 7 deputy hall masters. The 5 deputy temple masters didn't agree. With 7 votes against 5, it was passed. At this time, the highly anticipated finals of the 3,000 prefectures began. The first preliminary round of the finals was a 12-round elimination system. The first round was to draw a low-grade Mystic class array. The second round was to draw a mid-grade Mystic class array. The rounds increased. The 12th round was to draw a high-grade Mystic class array. Those who passed all 12 rounds would participate in the final 2 rounds of the finals. The first round of the finals. Every contestant would draw a low-grade Earth class array, and they had to draw it in a set time. The shorter the time, the better the result. The second round of the finals. The contestants who passed could draw their own arrays. This time, there was no level restriction. The higher the level, the better. Of course, this was on the premise that they could draw it in a set time. The examiner of the competition would assess the score of the second round according to the level of the array and the time needed. This time, the Spirit Array Masters would recruit 3,000 outstanding array geniuses from the 3,000 prefectures. There were more than 500,000 array masters from the 3,000 prefectures, but only 3,000 were recruited. It was obvious how fierce the competition was. When the first round of the preliminaries began, Lin Feng, as the head examiner, naturally had to be present. Heavens, isn't that head examiner too young? That examiner is Lin Feng, whose name shakes the 3,000 provinces. What? Is he the rumored Lin Feng? He's so handsome. He's already the head examiner at such a young age. It is said that he has already been chosen as the 4th successor by the 4 ancestors of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. In the future, he will wield great power in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Ah, he's that powerful? Countless Spirit Array casters who were participating in the finals were discussing among themselves. Many female Spirit Array casters were even flirtatious, hoping to attract Lin Feng's attention. If they could hook up with Lin Feng, wouldn't entering the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters be as easy as saying a word? Lin Feng said in a clear voice, in order to participate in the finals held by the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, everyone has come from different prefectures. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters is extremely happy. This time, the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters will recruit 3,000 people. Those who can successfully break through will receive the best training, the strongest inheritance, and the best resources. The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters has 3,000 archaic Great Formation inheritances waiting for everyone to study and learn. However, the prerequisite is that you can stand out among more than 500,000 people. I won't say any more superfluous words. For your own sake, make good use of this opportunity and do everything possible to join the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. After Lin Feng's speech, many people were incomparably excited. Joining the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters and obtaining the best inheritance was something that many people dreamed of. Furthermore, studying in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters would allow one to enter the sacred tower to cultivate. That was a treasure that could change the flow of time. Many Spiritual Array Masters had spent too much time studying Spiritual Array Masters, resulting in their cultivation not being able to improve. However, if they could enter the sacred tower to cultivate, they would not have to worry about their cultivation not being able to keep up. The competition was in full swing. After many rounds of selection, the top 3,000 were finally selected. Lin Feng checked the list and found that Zhao Ling had been shortlisted. She was ranked 2,120. The rest of the people from the Great Dragon Ancient Immortal Dynasty had failed to be selected. Lin Feng added Hua Xinyu's name to the shortlist. Hua Xinyu, who was originally extremely disappointed, was informed by an examiner of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters that she had been accepted by the chief examiner. Hua Xinyu was extremely excited. Zhang Hanxian and the others looked at Hua Xinyu enviously. Now, everyone was deeply regretting it. If they had been on good terms with Lin Feng back then like Hua Xinyu, they might have been accepted by Lin Feng as an exception. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how regretful they were, it was impossible to give them a chance to start over. Soon, the results of Imo Lingchan's punishment were out. The four patriarchs stripped Imo Lingchan of his position as the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall and demoted him to an ordinary deacon. Lin Feng was not surprised by the punishment. The four patriarchs were obviously trying to find balance by doing this. They were giving face to Daoling Tian. Lin Feng entered the sacred tower to cultivate. One of Lin Feng's main goals for coming to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters this time was to enter the sacred tower to cultivate. The sacred tower was located in the depths of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. It was a stone tower that was 99 floors tall. It was said that this was an extremely heaven-defying Dharma treasure. However, no one could obtain this Dharma treasure now. The sacred tower controlled the flow of time differently. From the first floor to the 20th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 3 years in the sacred tower. From the 21st floor to the 40th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 5 years in the sacred tower. From the 41st floor to the 60th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 7 years in the sacred tower. From the 61st floor to the 80th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 9 years in the sacred tower. From the 81st floor to the 99th floor, 1 year in the outside world would be 12 years in the sacred tower. Lin Feng came to a stone room on the 90th floor to cultivate. Time passed quickly. Cultivation knew no time. When Lin Feng first entered the sacred tower, it was early autumn in the outside world. Now, another early autumn had arrived. An entire year had passed in the outside world. Lin Feng, who had been cultivating in the sacred tower, had already experienced 12 years. In these 12 years, he had calmed down and comprehended various divine abilities, studied the celestial master sect's inheritance, studied alchemy, and cultivated his soul. 12 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the outside world, Murong Baishan, Wang Yangyi, He Dadong, and Tan Chuduan were gathered together. Murong Baishan said, "The Grand Elder has been in the sacred tower for a full year. According to the flow of time in the sacred tower, 12 years have passed in the sacred tower. Now that the 4 old ancestors are about to come out of seclusion, should we summon the Grand Elder?" Rumble. As soon as Murong Baishan finished speaking, thunder rumbled outside. The 4 of them were shocked. They hurriedly went out and saw endless thunderclouds rolling in the sky. Lightning dragons and snakes swam in the clouds. Heavens, this is a lightning tribulation. A lightning tribulation that covers a radius of 100 miles. Who is it that attracted such a heaven-defying lightning tribulation? Countless people rushed out of the temple city, looking at the lightning tribulation in the sky with horrified expressions on their faces. I thought I would be able to write 8 chapters today, but because I went to practice driving in the afternoon, I was delayed the entire afternoon and only managed to write the 7th chapter now. I'm too tired. Old man too needs to rest, so I'll write 7 chapters today. I'll continue tomorrow. Tomorrow is May 1st, Labor Day. I wish everyone a happy Labor Day. Chapter 1260. The lightning tribulation's momentum was vast, and it startled too many people, causing them to be moved and shocked. How heaven-defying must this person be to be able to summon such a massive lightning tribulation that covered an area of 100 miles? It was unbelievable. However, all of this was real. Swish, swish. In a stone room in the 99th floor of the Holy Pagoda, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Kulpa lights were flashing between his eyebrows. He's about to undergo the Kulpa. Lin Feng walked out of the Holy Pagoda and into the sky. Above him, millions and millions of bolts of Kulpa lightning were intertwining. Those bolts of Kulpa lightning seemed like they could descend at any moment and attack Lin Feng. Look, it's Mr. Lin. Many people were astonished. Lin Feng was the one who had summoned such a powerful Kulpa lightning. But when they thought about it, it made sense. Such a powerful Kulpa lightning was unprecedented. Only someone as powerful as Lin Feng could summon such a terrifying Kulpa lightning. Lin Feng left the holy shrine city. He wanted to go to the forest to undergo the Kulpa tribulation. If he did that in the holy shrine city, the holy shrine city would be destroyed. Quick, let's go and see. Many people shouted and followed closely behind. They wanted to see Lin Feng undergo the Kulpa lightning. Such a powerful Kulpa lightning. Let's see how he'll die. Someone sneered. The Kulpa lightning in front of them was terrifying. Many people thought that it would be extremely difficult to succeed. But the 4 deputy temple leaders and the great elders who had joined Lin Feng weren't worried at all. They knew that Lin Feng had cultivated the catastrophe technique. It was difficult to injure him with 1,000 kulpas, and it was difficult to destroy him with 10,000 kulpas. Loud rumbling sounds resounded through the clouds. Above the desolation ancient forest, lightning flashed, and the entire desolation ancient forest became quiet at this moment. Millions and millions of bolts of lightning seemed to be able to destroy the world. Lin Feng was standing in the air, allowing the thunderbolts to strike him. The first bolt of Kulpa lightning descended from the sky. It was as gigantic as a mountain. It moved straight towards Lin Feng. It was terrifying. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. This kind of mountain tribulation was the last lightning tribulation that appeared in many cultivators' tribulations. But now, Lin Feng's first lightning tribulation was actually a mountain tribulation. Such a terrifying lightning tribulation was really too shocking. Lin Feng didn't try to dodge the lofty mountain kulpa. The destructive lofty mountain kulpa bombarded Lin Feng's body. Unexpectedly, it was unable to cause any harm to Lin Feng. Isn't this body a little too powerful? Countless people were shocked. It was simply inconceivable that his physical body could resist such a powerful lightning tribulation. Rumor has it that Master Lin relied on the strength of his physical body to reach the 41st step of the prodigy arena. His physical body is strong enough to become a god. His physical body is probably strong enough to kill a true dragon, a Qilin, or a Swanee. Many nodded and looked up at Lin Feng, who was drowned in endless thunder and lightning. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another. Normally, cultivators would undergo 9 lightning tribulations. But Lin Feng's lightning tribulation seemed to be endless. It kept striking down. Lin Feng used his physical body to resist 49 bolts of lightning tribulation. After Lin Feng's body absorbed the power of the lightning tribulation, it continuously tempered Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body became even stronger. Lightning tribulation tempering the body. There was no better way to temper the body than this. However, when other cultivators underwent their lightning tribulation, it was as if they were treading on thin ice. Who would dare to use their physical body to resist the power of the lightning tribulation? Perhaps only Lin Feng, whose physical body was strong enough to kill a true dragon, would dare to use the lightning tribulation to temper his body during his lightning tribulation. Soon, the 50th bolt of lightning tribulation descended. A lightning phoenix cried out in the sky and pounced on Lin Feng. Heavens! It's a divine beast tribulation. This is already the 50th bolt of lightning tribulation. How many lightning tribulations will he undergo? Many people cried out in shock, their faces drained of color. The shock caused by Lin Feng's lightning tribulation was too great. These cultivators had never seen someone undergo 50 bolts of lightning tribulation. Moreover, thunderclouds were constantly gathering in the sky. This meant that an even more powerful lightning tribulation was still brewing. Obviously, Lin Feng was not going to simply undergo 50 bolts of lightning tribulation. There should be more lightning tribulations coming up. Facing the divine beast tribulation, Lin Feng stepped forward and waved his right fist, shattering the void. Bang! The lightning phoenix was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. The power of the lightning tribulation was completely devoured by Lin Feng, and the bolts of lightning tribulation turned into majestic dermic power. The dermic power in Lin Feng's body became stronger and stronger. His Dan-Sea continued to expand and was boundless. The Golden Sea was boiling. This was a sea condensed from dermic power. The dermic power in his Dan-Sea moved slightly, as if it could shatter the stars in the sky. The laws in Lin Feng's body also began to transform. In the yin-yang realm, Tao marks would condense. In the creation realm, Tao marks would transform into dermic powers. Breaking through the life and death realm, the dermic powers in his body would further transform. From the creation dermic powers, they would transform into the life and death dermic powers. After the transformation, the dermic powers would become even more powerful and mysterious. Boom, boom, boom. After the lightning phoenix tribulation was shattered, an even more powerful lightning tribulation came down. However, no lightning tribulation could harm Lin Feng. Any lightning tribulation that came down was shattered by Lin Feng's fist. Too savage. Lightning tribulation can be transcended like this? Countless cultivators stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. As for Morong Baishan and the other Vice Palace Masters who had joined Lin Feng, the Grand Elders, they were very excited. The stronger Lin Feng was, the happier they would be. Moreover, they had received the minor tribulation transcending technique from Lin Feng. Now that they saw Lin Feng really ignore the lightning tribulation, did that not mean that they, who had cultivated the minor tribulation transcending technique, would be able to transcend tribulation like Lin Feng in the future? Thinking of this, they felt waves of excitement. The lightning tribulation grew stronger and stronger, and the ones that came later were even more terrifying. Waves of lightning crashed down. Thousands of soldiers and horses were formed. The phantom of a young great emperor appeared. All kinds of legendary lightning tribulations appeared one after another. However, no matter how powerful the lightning tribulation was, it couldn't harm Lin Feng in the slightest. Lin Feng's iron fist shattered billions of lightning tribulations. Who can stop me? After breaking through 108 lightning tribulations, Lin Feng soared into the sky and punched out 36 times in a row. High in the sky, the waves of lightning that covered a radius of 100 miles were blasted away. The magic power in Lin Feng's body erupted like a flood, surging through his body. Finally, it all merged into his Dan-Sea. In Lin Feng's body, strands of life and death law condensed and settled in his dantian, reversing life and death. I've broken through. Lin Feng stood in the void. As he blinked, two small worlds seemed to occupy his eyes. Lin Feng raised his right hand, and a loud sound shook the sky. It was as if a heavenly war god was beating a war drum. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that his every move contained a terrifying power that could shatter heaven and earth. Chapter 1261. Sacred Palace, Lin Feng's Residence. The 4 Vice Palace Masters and many Grand Elders came to congratulate Lin Feng. Even Willow Rock Fort, Dong Yunhe, and Sun Yongchang came to congratulate Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already strong enough. Now that he had broken through to the life and death realm, how terrifying would he be? It was unimaginable. Everyone knew that Lin Feng's rise was unstoppable. Now, Willow Rock Fort, Dong Yunhe, Sun Yongchang, and the dozens of grand elders under them all had the intention of submitting to Lin Feng. At night, Murong Baishan came to Lin Feng and informed him that the four old ancestors were about to come out of seclusion. Lin Feng nodded, then asked, "Did anything important happen during the year I was in seclusion?" Murong Baishan shook his head and said, "Nothing important, but I heard that the Flame Saint appeared in the central continent. That Flame Saint seemed to have followed you for a period of time?" Lin Feng's information was no longer a secret. His rise had been thoroughly investigated by many factions. In the past, Lin Feng was accompanied by a fire Qilin, the Flame Saint. It was a famous expert of the demonic beast race, but its divine power had been devoured by the sage Emperor Stone. Later on, it turned into a mortal beast and followed Lin Feng for many years. Although the fire Qilin wasn't very reliable, it had been of great help to Lin Feng's cultivation. A cultivator's youth was the most important period of their life. It was the time to build their foundation. It was like building a house. The deeper and firmer the foundation, the higher the house could be built. Lin Feng had encountered the fire Qilin in his early days of cultivation. It could be said that it was his fortune. The fire Qilin had saved Lin Feng a lot of detours. Moreover, the fire Qilin had taught Lin Feng alchemy. It was inevitable that he would bicker with the fire Qilin. But deep in his heart, Lin Feng was very grateful to the fire Qilin. Without the fire Qilin, he might not be where he was now. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Therefore, after hearing the news about the fire Qilin, Lin Feng was very happy. He asked, "The fire Qilin appeared in the central region? Where did he go?" "Maybe we'll go to Qilin Mountain. That's the ancestral land of the Qilin clan," Murong Baishan said. Lin Feng nodded his head. Although he really wanted to look for the fire Qilin now, since the four old ancestors were about to come out of seclusion, he had to wait. He couldn't leave for the time being. He could only wait until he met the four old ancestors before looking for the fire Qilin. 7 days later, Lin Feng received a summons. Someone came and brought the decree of the four old ancestors. Lin Feng was now to head to the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm. The Tai Yuan Immortal Realm was a secret realm controlled by the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. This place was a holy land for cultivation. There were heavenly paradises, Tao comprehension cliffs, various cultivation valleys, and other places. It was the most suitable place to comprehend the Tao. Many experts of the older generation in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters would enter the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm to comprehend the Tao. It was said that the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm also hid a huge secret. In the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm, there was a Tai Yuan Immortal Mansion. It was said that it was left behind by an immortal. Immortals were ethereal. There were rumors of immortals in the world, but no one had ever seen one. It was said that immortals could live forever. Immortals established the order of the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng wasn't sure if the Tai Yuan Immortal Mansion really existed because he had never seen it with his own eyes. However, since there had always been rumors in the temple that there was a Tai Yuan Immortal Mansion in the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm, it shouldn't be baseless. However, Lin Feng wouldn't be in charge of the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm in the future. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't explore the secret of the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm. There was a galaxy in the Tai Yuan Immortal Realm that seemed to be connected to the outer realm. It was densely covered with stars. The four old ancestors sat cross-legged among the billions of stars and looked at Lin Feng. Their bodies were hazy and mysterious. The four of them were saint-level spirit array masters and had already transcended the mortal realm. Disciple Lin Feng greets the four old ancestors. Lin Feng bowed to the four old ancestors. "No need for formalities," a fleeting voice sounded. Lin Feng lowered his head and stood there quietly. "This is the first time we've met. This time, I summoned you here to inform you that when Daoling Tian, Sun Yumu, and Zhong Zhenghuang arrive, the four of us will hand over the authority of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters to you. The way to control people is to have a good relationship with them, not to have absolute control. Don't use people you don't trust, and don't doubt people you use. This is the way to do things," an old ancestor said. "Yes, I will remember," Lin Feng replied. "The four of you are young and full of vigor. In the future, you will all be in charge of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. It's inevitable that there will be different opinions. However, no matter what happens, don't think about splitting the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Although the four of us will leave the Tianwu continent, there are still more than a dozen Supreme Elders living in seclusion in the Tai-Yuan Immortal Realm. If your actions harm the interests of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, the Supreme Elders will not sit idly by. They have the right to impeach or even dismiss you, the second old ancestor said. Lin Feng nodded. A top force like the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters naturally needed to be supervised. Lin Feng, Daoling Tian, Sun Yumu, and Zhong Zhenghuang formed the new four great leaders. However, if no one supervised them, there might really be a split in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters in the future. In fact, the existence of the Supreme Elder Group was to supervise the four great leaders. Behind every four great leaders, there would be a Supreme Elder Group to supervise them. This was the only way to ensure that the giant ship of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters would always sail on the right path. You can leave now. After you return, you can cultivate in the Sacred Tower or travel for a period of time. Wait for the other three to come and hand over the power. Yes, disciple will take his leave. Lin Feng bowed to the four old ancestors and then left. After returning to the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, Lin Feng did not continue to stay in the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. He planned to go to the Qilin Mountain to look for the Fire Qilin. It had been a long time since he had seen the Fire Qilin. He did not know how it was doing now. The Qilin Mountain was located in the Qilin Mountain Range. It was a long journey. He needed to take the space-time wormhole to get there. So Lin Feng planned to go to the Sacred City first. Then, he would take the space-time wormhole from the Sacred City to the ancient city that was closer to the Qilin Mountain. Lin Feng entered the great, desolate, ancient forest. This place was still filled with danger. But now that Lin Feng was too strong, he didn't have to worry about traveling through the great, desolate, ancient forest. Help! Who can save us? That night, Lin Feng heard frightened screams. Obviously, these were the voices of two women. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and then rushed toward the place where the voices came from. In a valley, Lin Feng saw dozens of forest monsters surrounding two women. There were more than a dozen cultivator corpses lying on the ground. Obviously, they were all killed by the forest monsters. After seeing the two women, Lin Feng was surprised. He actually knew the two women. Chapter 1262. These two women had tried to sell their services to Lin Feng, asking him if he wanted their services. Lin Feng had some impression of them. One of them was voluptuous, while the other was tall and slender. Now, they were in trouble. More than 10 forest monsters had surrounded them, and it looked like they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Their faces were as pale as paper, and they looked like they were about to fall into despair. When Lin Feng saw that the two women were about to die, Lin Feng appeared, one on the left and the other on the right. He grabbed the two women's waists and moved backwards to avoid the monster's attack. "Sir, it's you." When they saw Lin Feng, they were pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng nodded at them and quickly left with the two women. It didn't take long for them to escape from the forest monsters. Lin Feng landed in the forest and let go of the two women. He asked, "Why are you here?" The voluptuous woman replied, "We entered the forest in search of a spirit herb, but when we left, we were surrounded by the forest monsters. Everyone else died tragically, and only the two of us were left." Lin Feng said, "This forest is filled with danger, and you still dared to come in? You really don't want your lives anymore." The tall woman was on the verge of tears as she said, "Sir, you don't understand us independent cultivators. In order to obtain cultivation resources, we often trade our lives for them. The spirit herb we were looking for was called blood caterpillar grass. One stalk could be exchanged for 3 top-grade spirit stones. That was enough for us to risk our lives." Lin Feng muttered to himself, "Weren't these two women doing that kind of service? Wasn't it easy to earn spirit stones? Why did they have to risk their lives in search of spirit herbs to exchange for spirit stones?" As if she knew what Lin Feng was thinking, the voluptuous woman said, Ever since Sir rejected us, we sisters carefully planned our lives. We shouldn't sell our bodies for cultivation resources, so we gave up on that line of work." Lin Feng said, "I see. It's good that you don't do that line of work." After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng said, "You can come with me and leave the forest." "Thank you, young master." The two girls were pleasantly surprised. The three of them left and found a place with a pool to rest. The tall beauty blushed and said, "Young master, we're covered in blood. We're planning to wash ourselves in the pool. Can young master help us guard the pool? We're afraid that cultivators might pass by and spy on us." Lin Feng immediately muttered, "You guys are afraid of being peeked at by passing cultivators? I'm a man too." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "All right, you guys can go." "Thank you, young master." The two girls left with red faces. Lin Feng's back was facing the direction of the pool, but he could still hear the sounds coming from there. From time to time, he could even hear the sounds of laughter. If he turned around, he should be able to see the endless spring scenery. But Lin Feng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, unmoved. "What a stone." The voluptuous beauty looked at Lin Feng's back and couldn't help but snort. She actually hoped that Lin Feng would take the initiative to go over. However, Lin Feng was as motionless as a stone statue, as if he really wasn't interested in the two of them at all. This made the voluptuous beauty and the tall beauty feel rather unconvinced. The two of them thought that they were first-rate beauties. How could anyone be indifferent in the face of their beauty? The two girls put on their clothes and went to Lin Feng's side, thanking Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's fine. Since you're done bathing, let's continue." The two girls nodded and continued to fly out of the ancient forest with Lin Feng. 3 days later, it started to rain heavily in the ancient forest. Lin Feng and the two girls found a cave to take shelter from the rain, but they couldn't leave for the time being. "Young master, your clothes are already soaked. Let us help you change," the voluptuous beauty said. Her clothes were also soaked, and one could even see the color of spring. Lin Feng said, "Go inside and change. I'll use my magic power to dry your clothes." "All right then." The two girls nodded and walked towards a corner. It was just enough to block the view of the people outside, so they didn't have to worry about being exposed. Lin Feng used his magic power to dry his clothes, then leaned against a rock and closed his eyes to rest. After a short time, Lin Feng sensed two soft bodies leaning against him. He opened his eyes and saw two women leaning against him, one on his left and one on his right. Lin Feng frowned and tried to break free from the two girls, but they were straddling Lin Feng, so he couldn't break free. "What are the two of you doing?" Lin Feng asked. "Young master, we've been wandering the world for a long time, and we sisters have no one to rely on. Our bodies are still pure, and we'll be leaving the ancient forest tomorrow. We don't know when we'll meet again. Maybe we won't meet again in this life, so we want to give our pure bodies to you. Young master, you can have us tonight." As the voluptuous beauty spoke, her red lips had already taken the initiative to kiss him. The heavy rain outside seemed to make it easy for people to do some irrational things. Just like Lin Feng, after a short moment of hesitation, he began to cater to the two women. The storm outside couldn't hide the spring in the cave. Sometimes, Mount Wu would feel shy. Her jade-like arms and shoulders filled the garden with spring. It was hard for him to control himself. Together, they flew into the clouds. If it was purely for the fate of this one night, perhaps he could even leave behind some beautiful memories in his life. I only wish I had. There was no need for it to last forever. Forget each other in the pugilistic world. However, when Lin Feng was entangled by the long-legged beauty, the voluptuous beauty got up and stroked Lin Feng's back with her right hand. Then, she pressed on the third vertebra of Lin Feng's spine. This was the Achilles heel of a person. Once it was heavily injured, the body would be paralyzed instantly. It turned out that these two women were actually scheming against Lin Feng. In order to kill Lin Feng, they did not hesitate to sacrifice everything. "It's done." A ruthless look appeared in the voluptuous beauty's eyes, just when she thought she was about to succeed. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura spread out from Lin Feng's body, sending her flying. She fell to the ground and couldn't move at all. "You." The two beauties' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so vigilant. A man, while he was enjoying it. How could he still be so vigilant? They didn't expect it. The long-legged beauty slapped Lin Feng with her palm, but Lin Feng stopped her first. "Why is it like this?" The two of them cried out in disbelief. Lin Feng said, "Actually, I always suspected that you two had ulterior motives for approaching me, but I couldn't guess your origins, so I played along and cooperated with you. You despicable and shameless man. You clearly guessed everything, and you even took away our pure bodies." The voluptuous beauty glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said helplessly, "It was you two who took the initiative to seduce me. I am a normal man, and you took the initiative to send yourself to me. If I still don't understand the situation, am I still a man?" Chapter 1263. The two women gnashed their teeth in hatred. Their pure bodies had been taken by Lin Feng, and they knew that even if Lin Feng didn't take them, some other man would sooner or later. However, they hadn't been able to kill Lin Feng. Instead, they had been played by Lin Feng, which made them extremely angry. "Now that we're in your hands, you can kill us or torture us as you please," the two women said hatefully, looking as if they were unafraid of death. Lin Feng picked her up and asked, "Did it hurt?" "What?" Lin Feng asked. The voluptuous woman blushed and turned her head away without saying anything. Lin Feng put her down next to the long-legged woman and smiled as he said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." The two women's expressions were aghast. Asked Lin Feng, "Isn't it a good thing that I didn't kill you? Why do you have such an expression?" "We failed the mission. Even if you don't kill us, we'll still die," the long-legged woman said. "Assassin dynasties should have such rules." "Looks like you're from the Netherworld Assassin Dynasty," Lin Feng said. The two women's expressions suddenly changed. Evidently, they hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to guess their identities. "I've come into contact with the Netherworld Assassin Dynasty a few times. They'll do anything to assassinate their targets. Seduction, assassination. They'll use all sorts of methods to assassinate their targets. You two must have just joined the Netherworld Assassin Dynasty, right? You knew that I wasn't easy to deal with, so you wanted to use your beauty to seduce me. Then, when you're in a state of excitement and your senses are at their lowest, you'll attack me and try to kill me, right?" Lin Feng said to the two women. "Humph." The two women lightly harumphed but didn't say anything. Evidently, Lin Feng had guessed correctly. Lin Feng said, "I know that you're prepared to die, but I don't think that you need to die to resolve this matter." The voluptuous woman said, "No one can save us. We're dead for sure. Submit to me and become my slaves, and I will arrange for you to head to a safe place in the overseas world. What do you think?" Lin Feng looked at the two of them. The voluptuous beauty and the long-legged beauty bit their lips and looked at Lin Feng, clearly weighing the pros and cons. "My other slave is the owner of the Isle of Desire, Madame Qi," Lin Feng asked. "Is Madame Qi also your slave?" The two of them looked at Lin Feng in shock. Madame Qi was quite famous. These two women had appeared in the East Sea before, so it was impossible for them not to know Madame Qi. Lin Feng replied, "That's right. Madame Qi is the second female slave that I've taken. Right now, Madame Qi is reclaiming the sea to establish a kingdom, and she wants to build a massive empire that's comparable to the 4 ancient empires. After you become my female slaves, I'll send you over, and the two of you will help me train Madame Qi's death-sworn soldiers and assassins. This kind of life will be much more dignified than the one you're living right now." When the two women heard this, they were clearly moved. "If you agree, open your souls now. I'll place a mark in your souls, and you'll forever be loyal to me. You can't betray me, and if you even think about betraying me, the mark will immediately destroy your souls. Now, what's your choice?" Lin Feng looked at the two women. "We're willing to be your slaves," the two women said. Then, they opened their souls, and Lin Feng placed a mark in their souls. After Lu Ruyan and Madame Qi, Lin Feng now had 2 more female slaves. "What are your names?" Lin Feng asked. "My name is In Yiling, and this is my younger sister, In Iyue," the voluptuous beauty said. "Your sisters?" Lin Feng was shocked. The two women immediately blushed and nodded. The two sisters had been taken by the same man on the same day, so they were naturally very embarrassed. Even Lin Feng felt quite excited. The Assassin Dynasty couldn't have only sent the two of you to deal with me, right? What about the others? Lin Feng asked. "There are still more than 20 people. We're just the first batch. If we can't do anything, then we'll assassinate you, said in Yiling. Assassinate you? Lin Feng looked indifferent. He wasn't afraid of the assassin dynasty. No matter how many people came, they wouldn't be able to return. Outside, lightning flashed and rain poured down. Soon, the cave was filled with another round of sex. The next day, the rain stopped. The three of them continued their journey. After leaving the forest, Lin Feng told an Yiling and an Yue to bring his keepsake to Madame Qi. He then went to Sacred View City. Although he knew that the assassin dynasty would come looking for him again, Lin Feng didn't have a way to deal with them for the time being. After asking around in Sacred View City, Lin Feng learned that the closest city to Qilin Mountain with a space-time wormhole was called Longevity City. He took a space-time wormhole to Longevity City. By the time he arrived at Longevity City, it was already evening. Lin Feng headed straight to the Mercenary Association to inquire about the Qilin Mountain and the Flame Saint. The Flame Saint came back to the central continent and caused a huge commotion. Back then, many strong cultivators were fighting for the Holy Emperor's Stone, but the Flame Saint took it. So many strong cultivators were furious. The Flame Saint was surrounded and injured. Now, the Flame Saint has come back, but some strong cultivators still want the Holy Emperor's Stone, so they went to the Qilin Mountain to kill the Flame Saint. If they can kill the Flame Saint, they'll be able to enter the paradise of the Qilin Mountain. It's said that there are secrets of the Qilin clan there. The elder of the Mercenary Association said, "Who are the cultivators who are besieging the Flame Saint?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. The Mercenary Association's elder said, "The Heavenly God Temple, the Yin-Yang Sect, the Fortune Gate, the Great Qin Empire, the Giant Sword Sect, and the Watermoon Manor." He paused for a moment, then continued, "There should be some other powers who haven't made a move yet." Lin Feng nodded and asked about the direction of the Qilin Mountain, then quickly flew in that direction. It was too difficult for the Flame Qilin to deal with so many strong cultivators. Lin Feng couldn't help but worry for the Flame Qilin. The Qilin Mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see, and it stretched for 8,000 miles. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the Qilin Mountain range. There were 4 mountains that were connected together, and they looked like a sleeping Qilin. This was the Qilin clan's ancestral land, the Qilin Mountain. Outside the Qilin Mountain, many strong cultivators had gathered. When Lin Feng arrived, there was a huge battle going on in the sky. A flame Qilin wanted to charge out of the Qilin Mountain, but 12 peerless cultivators surrounded it. Yin-Yang Twin Swords. Reverse Yin and Yang. The Yin-Yang sect's peerless cultivator took out 2 swords. They were 2 divine weapons at the giant god level, and now they had merged into one, turning into a pseudo-emperor weapon. The Yin-Yang twin swords slashed towards the flame Qilin. Pooh! That sword almost split the flame Qilin in half. The flame Qilin was heavily injured and on the verge of death, so it fled into the Qilin Mountain and hid. Chapter 1264. Lin Feng's eyes turned red when he saw the fire Qilin's injuries. Killing intent filled his eyes. Lin Feng couldn't wait to kill these people. But he knew. These 12 peerless experts were all in the rebirth realm and had the Yin-Yang twin swords. So, he couldn't expose himself. Otherwise, he would die at their hands. It's a pity that it escaped. Many peerless experts shook their heads. The rebirth realm expert of the Yin-Yang sect was none other than Song Mingyu. When they had destroyed the immortal ancient empire, Song Mingyu had been in charge of overseeing the Yin-Yang sect. Because Song Mingyu was the hall master of the mission hall, many important matters were handled by Song Mingyu personally. Song Mingyu said sinisterly, "The Flame Saint Monarch has been severely injured. Even if it doesn't die, it's already half dead. It doesn't have much strength left to fight back. It can be described as a turtle in a jar. Now, we just need to break the restrictions outside, and we can enter the Qilin Mountain to kill the Flame Saint Monarch. So, Brother Z, it's up to you now." Song Mingyu looked at a thin man in white robes. This person was called Z Gondao. He was a peerless expert of the Earth Master faction and had a deep understanding of formations. "Leave it to me. But after we break the restrictions, the Flame Saint Monarch can't be killed. Moreover, I want the rights to the Flame Saint Monarch," Z Gondao said. Zhang Shunmu of the Fortune Gate said indifferently, "It's natural that the Flame Saint Monarch can't be killed, but the rights to the Flame Saint Monarch can't be given to Brother Z. We know that Brother Z wants to use the Flame Saint Monarch to lure that person out, and we have the same idea. Z Gondao's face sank. He said, but without me, we can't break the restrictions. So, if we catch that person in the end, I have the right to choose his divine abilities, treasures, and so on. Does anyone have any objections? The other experts frowned, but in the end, they agreed. On the other hand, Purple Heaven Dao landed outside the Qilin Mountain and began to study the restrictions on the Qilin Mountain. There were many cultivators in the outer regions. There were cultivators from the large factions, and also some independent cultivators who were here to watch the show. At this time, someone muttered, "Who is the person those Rebirth Realm experts are talking about? They actually kept it a secret and didn't even mention his name. What kind of person could make them so afraid?" A middle-aged cultivator said, "He should be talking about Lin Feng. It's said that the Flame Saint was injured and fled to the Eastern Divine Prefecture of the 72 prefectures in the north. Afterwards, he followed Lin Feng for many years. Lin Feng's rise should be closely related to the Flame Saint. It's said that not only does Lin Feng have the inheritance of the Heavenly Master Path, he also has many of the 3,000 Great Das, Emperor Arts, immemorial divine abilities, divine artifacts, and countless heavenly treasures. Who knows how many people want to kill him and steal his treasures? But now that Lin Feng has become one of the successors of the Spirit Array Master Temple, those Rebirth Realm experts are afraid and don't directly mention his name. Lin Feng's current status is so extraordinary. If we kill him, won't we be afraid of the Spirit Array Master Temple's revenge? Someone said. The Temple of Spiritual Array Masters is indeed powerful. But look at those forces. Which one of them isn't terrifying to the extreme? After killing Lin Feng, will the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters start a war with so many top forces over a dead person? The middle-aged cultivator continued. Many people felt that this was very reasonable. Once the top forces started a war, the impact would be too great. At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as a few people dying. Moreover, when they killed Lin Feng, the Yin-Yang sect and the other top forces would compensate the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters with some treasures. Perhaps this matter would be resolved. In fact, the top forces of the Sky Martial Continent all did this. If they were killed, they could only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. Perhaps this was an unwritten rule. In the past, the Crown Prince of the Great Shang Empire went out to train and was killed by the joint forces of several top forces. In the end, those top forces only compensated the Great Shang Empire with some wealth and treasures. This matter was left unsettled, and the Great Shang Empire quickly appointed a new crown prince. Could it be that the Great Shang Empire didn't want to take revenge for the dead crown prince? Of course they wanted to. But once a war broke out, how many people would die in the Great Shang Empire? Therefore, the unwritten rule of the Sky Martial Continent was that if someone was killed while training outside, the forces behind them would not start a large-scale war. If one was worried about being killed, one shouldn't go out casually. Or, one should cultivate until they were strong enough before going out. This was also why the Yin-Yang sect and the other top forces dared to scheme against Lin Feng. Of course, if they couldn't kill Lin Feng, they would have to face Lin Feng's revenge. But it was clear that these people were still quite confident in themselves. Lin Feng looked at the 12 top experts indifferently. Other than the 6 top forces that he already knew, there were obviously a few other top forces involved. Lin Feng didn't know if there were other hidden experts who didn't participate in this battle, but Lin Feng hated these top forces to the bone. In Lin Feng's eyes, the Fire Qilin was like his family. Now that it had fallen to such a miserable state, how could he not be angry? His killing intent had already reached the heavens. But Lin Feng was still waiting. He was waiting for an excellent opportunity to counterattack. The Purple Sky sect's control over the formation was very strong. Even if the formation enveloped the Qilin Mountain was powerful, he could still break it. But it wasn't realistic to completely break the Qilin Mountain's formation. The method that the Purple Sky sect used was the most effective method. He wanted to tear a hole in the entire formation. Breaking the formation was very difficult, but the difficulty of tearing a hole in the formation would decrease exponentially. 3 days later, Ziqiandao finally tore a hole in the array that enveloped the Qilin Mountain. He said loudly, "Everyone, I will guard this crack in the array. We can't let it close, otherwise, it will be even more difficult to break this ancient array a second time. Go in and find the flame saint as soon as possible. Then, take all the treasures in the Qilin Mountain. I can only hold on for 4 hours. After 4 hours, the seal will close, so you must be quick. The other top experts nodded with excited expressions. They were about to enter the Qilin Mountain. But at this moment, the void split open. A figure appeared behind Zigandao at lightning speed and threw a punch at him. You're courting death. The purple sky sect was ambushed and his face changed slightly. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry at the same time. He punched out, but Lin Feng was too fast. The punch landed on the purple sky sect's body and sent him flying. The purple sky sect spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and his face was as pale as paper. Lin Feng had already entered the Qilin Mountain and had resealed the formation that had been torn apart by the purple sky sect. Chapter 1265. Damn it! Who did that? Who was the one who attacked me? Shouted Zi Qiandao furiously. Everybody was astonished. Nobody had thought that someone would dare to provoke them. Was that person trying to steal the treasures of the 12 peerless cultivators? Who's that guy? I've never seen him before. I don't know anything about him either, but he's crazy. He's willing to give up his life for the treasures. Many people were discussing the matter. Lin Feng's transformation technique was incredible, and he had attacked too quickly. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Zi Qiandao had been sent flying. Then, he quickly entered the Qilin Mountain. Even Song Mingyu and Zhang Shunmu, who knew Lin Feng, couldn't recognize Lin Feng. If they had been given enough time to carefully sense Lin Feng's qi, they might have been able to recognize Lin Feng's real body, but in such a short time, they couldn't recognize Lin Feng. Therefore, Song Mingyu, Zhang Shunmu, and the other strong cultivators were all trying to guess who had attacked them. They were infuriated. The person who had attacked them was trying to steal their treasures. Was that person looking down on a group of strong cultivators like them? They all looked glum. They wanted nothing more than to cut that mysterious person into pieces. Morongya looked at Zi Qiandao and said, Brother Zi, that person has already entered the Qilin Mountain. Can we tear open the Qilin Mountain again? If we can't, that guy will take the treasures and run away. Zi Qiandao looked glum. The Qilin Mountain's restrictive spells have a memory formation. Now that the restrictive spells have been broken, the Qilin Mountain's restrictive spells will remember everything I did. If we want to use the same method again, it'll be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. However, it'll take us a few days to come up with a new method. That little boy will probably run away in a few days. Could it be that we worked so hard to kill Flame Saint, but in the end, we're just going to benefit someone else? Said Ing Yulong of the Great Qin Empire. Ing Yulong had a very high status in the Great Qin Empire. He was of the same status as Ing Yutian, the imperial uncle of the Great Qin Empire who had been killed by Lin Feng. However, in the Great Qin Empire, Ing Yulong was the undisputed #1 expert. He was a powerful rebirth realm existence, while Ing Yutian was only at the life and death realm. There was no way he could compare to Ing Yulong. It's not impossible. I have a boundary talisman, but to activate it, I need a rebirth cultivator's blood. And if the mouths of the other 11 peerless experts twitched violently, not to mention 3 drops of blood. Zigandao was a scheming person. He had used his injuries as an excuse to refuse to use his blood. He was only injured internally, so he could recover easily. But if he used his blood, it would cause harm to his foundation and his recovery would be very slow. Even though they knew what Zigandao was scheming, they could only endure. After all, they still needed Zigandao to break the Qilin Mountain. We've worked so hard. We can't let our efforts go to waste. Everybody, don't be stingy with your blood. Song Mingyu was the first one to give 3 drops of blood. Immediately after, the rest of them also forced out 3 drops of blood essence and handed it to Zigan. After Zi Qiandao collected the essence blood, he took out the Breaking Boundary Talisman and burned his essence blood to activate the Breaking Boundary Talisman. The Breaking Boundary Talisman emitted array runes. These array runes disintegrated the restriction of the Qilin Mountain. In less than 2 hours, the restriction of the Qilin Mountain would be torn apart again. At this moment, Lin Feng entered the Qilin Mountain and returned to his original appearance. He quickly rushed into the depths of the Qilin Mountain and saw the fire Qilin in the forest. The flames around the fire Qilin's body were extremely dim, and the ground was dyed red with blood. When the fire Qilin sensed someone coming, it raised its head with difficulty. When it saw that it was Lin Feng, its tense gaze finally relaxed and its huge head drooped heavily. "Hurry up and eat this." Lin Feng took out a bottle of pills and gave it to the fire Qilin. "I was injured by a quasi-emperor weapon. My foundation was torn apart. Pills are useless to me," the fire Qilin said weakly. "Foundation injury." Lin Feng's expression became serious. Back then, he had also been injured and had narrowly escaped death. It had taken him a long time to recover. "Fortunately, the foundation injury is not incurable," Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin said, "The most important thing right now is to get rid of the purple heaven path of the Geomaster branch. He definitely has a way to break through the restrictions on the Qilin Mountain. Those people have quasi-imperial weapons. If they break through the Qilin Mountain, we'll both die." Lin Feng said, "I'll go kill Zigan Dao. This person is at the 4th level of the Rebirth Realm. I'm afraid you're not his match." The fire Qilin sighed. "Cut open my chest and take out the Qilin's foundation. Find a chance to escape. It's better than letting my foundation fall into the hands of those people." Lin Feng could hear the sorrow in the fire Qilin's voice. Clearly, the fire Qilin felt that the current situation was a hopeless situation. In fact, after being injured, the fire Qilin was still thinking, hoping that Lin Feng would not appear. The fire Qilin knew that Lin Feng was in the Central Region's Spirit Array Master Temple. The reason why he didn't look for Lin Feng was because he was being watched by a group of top experts and was worried that Lin Feng would be implicated as well. But Lin Feng still came. The fire Qilin was moved. He was also worried for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "What are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? You rest here. I will definitely be able to kill Zigan Dao." With that, Lin Feng rushed outside. Lin Feng used the formation splitting technique to tear apart the restrictions of the Qilin Mountain from the inside. Then, he used the Great Entanglement technique and instantly used a dense amount of threads to wrap around Zigan Dao. Zigan Dao was shocked. He never thought that Lin Feng would actually take the initiative to attack him. By the time he reacted, his body had already been pulled into the Qilin Mountain by the Great Entanglement technique. "Quick, let's go in together," Song Mingyu and the others shouted, wanting to quickly rush into the Qilin Mountain. However, the restrictions of the Qilin Mountain were instantly closed, blocking them outside. "Brat, it's you. I see you." Zigan Dao was extremely terrifying. After being pulled into the Qilin Mountain, he broke through Lin Feng's Great Entanglement technique and locked onto Lin Feng. He then attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Facing Zigan Dao's attack, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. He condensed the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists and met the attack. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by a giant hammer. His body was directly smashed hundreds of meters away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. A cultivator at the 4th level of the Rebirth Realm was too terrifying. Chapter 1266. Lin Feng stopped in midair. He felt as if his internal organs were burning. Clearly, Lin Feng had suffered serious injuries from the previous clash. Lin Feng finally understood how powerful a 4th-layer Rebirth Realm cultivator was. Previously, he had launched a sneak attack on Zichen Dao, which was why he was able to send Zichen Dao flying. However, when the two of them clashed, the gap between them became apparent. After all, Lin Feng was only at the 1st layer of the Life and Death Realm. There was a difference of 1 major realm and 13 minor realms between him and Zichen Dao, changing your appearance and deceiving everyone. What a powerful disguise technique. So this is your true appearance. Who are you? Zichen Dao coldly looked at Lin Feng. Zichen Dao had been injured by Lin Feng's sneak attack, so he hated Lin Feng to the core. However, he decided to play with Lin Feng slowly. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. The cat did not kill the mouse directly. Instead, it played with the mouse until the mouse died. That was Zichen Dao's plan. He wanted to play with Lin Feng slowly until he died. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, Didn't you want to use the fire Qilin to lure me out? Zhigan Dao's eyes were wide open, and he burst into laughter. So you're Lin Feng. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, but you don't want to look for me. Little boy, should I say that you're a good friend? Or should I say that you're stupid? You knew that this was a sure-death situation, yet you still barged in. Lin Feng said, it's still unknown who will emerge victorious. Isn't it too early to be proud? Could it be that you think you can overturn the heavens in front of me? Ziqian Dao sneered as he walked towards Lin Feng. In the battle with the heavenly teachers, we killed 7 of their descendants. The names of our ancestors who killed them were recorded in the sacred canon of our earth teachers. Even after billions of years, our descendants still respect and worship them. Today, I'll kill you. My name will be recorded in the sacred canon, forever remembered by future generations. Boom. After saying that, Ziqian Dao raised his right hand and condensed a huge palm that covered the sky and grabbed at Lin Feng. 8 worlds. 8 small worlds appeared under Lin Feng's feet, and he moved through them. When the gigantic hand blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, it was destroyed by one of the small worlds. The octagonal world has long since been taken away by us Geomasters. You obtained the octagonal world after killing Zidong on the Pillar of Blessings, right? Ziqian Dao said indifferently, yes. Lin Feng nodded. He used the 8 directional worlds as fast as he could. Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to Zhigan. In terms of magic power, Lin Feng couldn't compare to Ziqian Dao. However, Lin Feng had his own advantages. He had a powerful physical body. Lin Feng's physical body could kill a real dragon. That wasn't a joke. Lin Feng's physical body could really kill a real dragon. When fighting, he could play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He could often catch his opponent off guard. I've heard that your physical body is terrifying. Do you want to fight against my physical body? Do you think you can get close to me? Ziqian Dao's lips curled into a disdainful smile when he saw Lin Feng rushing toward him. He clearly knew that Lin Feng's physical body was extremely powerful. However, Ziqian Dao didn't intend to give Lin Feng a chance to fight him in close combat. Purple Heaven Dao had also cultivated the world of 8 directions. He also executed this supreme sacred art as his body retreated continuously. Then, Ziqian Dao continued to attack Lin Feng. Void Travel. While Ziqian Dao was attacking, Lin Feng used another unique ability. Void Travel was an ability given to Lin Feng by the Golden-Winged Rock King's clone. It allowed him to travel a short distance instantly. Lin Feng used the empty space world and the 8 directional worlds together. The 2 abilities switched quickly. He traveled through the void and arrived in front of Ziqian Dao. Then, he threw a punch at Ziqian Dao. Ziqian Dao clearly didn't expect Lin Feng to have such an ability. The Great Void Technique? No, this isn't the Great Void Technique. It's very similar to it. Ziqian Dao was a Rebirth Realm expert and had seen many things. He instantly realized that Lin Feng's ability was different from the Great Void Technique. He also realized how powerful this ability was. His reaction was extremely fast. When Lin Feng's punch came, Ziqian Dao had already attacked with his palm. This was a common move in martial arts. It was called the axe chop. His arm was like the handle of an axe, and his palm was like the head of an axe. The chop came down forcefully. In close combat, because the attacks were too fast, divine abilities couldn't be used at all. It was completely a collision of flesh against flesh. Of course, if one knew some exquisite martial arts techniques, they would be able to break through force with skill. It was like using 4 ounces to defeat 1,000 caddies. But obviously, it was extremely unrealistic to use exquisite martial arts techniques to suppress Lin Feng in close combat with Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew where his advantage was, so he was very familiar with many martial arts techniques. Lin Feng was still using the same technique. His attack didn't decrease. Bang! Then, the 2 of them fiercely collided. Lin Feng's body was too strong. He directly broke through Ziqian Dao's axe chop and then punched Ziqian Dao's shoulder. Crack! Ziqian Dao's shoulder bones were broken by Lin Feng. Ziqian Dao couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward and used a mountain-quaking fist to smash Ziqian Dao. This mountain-quaking fist was the most powerful martial arts technique. It was violent and domineering. Lin Feng was like a dragon that came out of the abyss. Death substitution technique. Just as Lin Feng's attack was about to hit Ziqian Dao used a powerful technique. Divine light flowed in his body. When Lin Feng's attack landed on his body exploded. However, there was no blood. It was just an illusion. Oh no! Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He quickly retreated. At this moment, Ziqian Dao appeared 100 meters above Lin Feng. He used the Divine Mountain Demon Seal, condensing a Divine Mountain Shadow, and suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't dodge. He raised his fist to block the attack. He wanted to destroy the Divine Mountain Shadow, but he couldn't. The Divine Mountain Shadow dissolved his attack, and then suppressed Lin Feng in the air, making it difficult for him to move. That death substitution technique was passed down by the Sage faction. I used it to dodge the attack of the Sage faction's disciple. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. You are destined to die in my hands today. Ziqian Dao stepped forward, and a sword chi slashed out. The sword chi shot towards Lin Feng's head. Ziqian Dao wanted to kill Lin Feng directly. Chapter 1267. The sword chi shattered the heavens and earth as it slashed towards Lin Feng. The power of this attack was truly terrifying. If it really hit him, Lin Feng would definitely be separated from his body. Facing this dangerous attack, Lin Feng activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. Finally, his body was able to move under the suppression of the sacred mountain shadow. Then, Lin Feng used the Great Defense Technique. This Great Defense Technique formed a dense array of runes that surrounded Lin Feng's body, protecting Lin Feng within. Clang! When Purple Sky Dao's sword chi slashed towards Lin Feng, it instantly collided with the Great Defense Technique's defensive runes. Although the sword chi was powerful, it was still unable to break through the Great Defense Technique. After using the Great Defense Technique to block the sword chi's attack, Lin Feng immediately used the Sky Dominating Lightning Technique. This tyrannical attack formed a huge lightning ball. The ball of lightning instantly exploded. Waves of tyrannical shock waves crashed onto the sacred mountain shadow, causing it to explode. Lin Feng was finally able to break free. Kid, you do have some skills. But if that's all you have, it's far from enough. Purple Sky Dao's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. The dermic powers in his body began to circulate, emitting a sound that resembled the beating of war drums. Lin Feng once again used the 8 directional worlds and the void traversal technique, hoping to get close to Purple Sky Dao for the second time. But this time, Lin Feng failed. Purple Sky Dao was already on guard, so it was almost impossible for him to get close to Purple Sky Dao. As for the Purple Heaven Dao, he had condensed the Great Abyss Slaying Sword Art. This was a formidable mystic skill. Within the void, a gigantic black dragon appeared. This was the Abyss Dragon, also known as the Death Dragon. It was rumored to be the mount of the Death God. Roar! The underworld dragon let out a resonant dragon roar before charging towards Lin Feng with its massive body. When the Nether Dragon arrived beside Lin Feng, it turned into a 300-meter-long sword ray and slashed at Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng had a feeling that he could not dodge, as if no matter what kind of move he used, he would not be able to dodge the attack of the Great Slaying Dragon Sword technique. The power of this sword technique was truly formidable. The creatures in the underworld need to drink the water of the endless river of death. The birth of all living things cannot be separated from the nourishment of the original water of the world. I am the representative of the Tao of Death. I control the power of death. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. Ancient, complex, and incomprehensible divine language resounded throughout the world. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. A long river swept through the world. This long river, it was the river of death. When the river of death descended, it completely suppressed the abyss-slaying dragon sword art. The huge sword ray turned back into the underworld dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the air. Return to the river of death. That is where you belong, said Lin Feng, walking above the river of death. His voice sounded faintly discernible. It was as if he was the Lord of Hell, standing in the depths of hell and looking up at the heavens. The underworld dragon let out a loud dragon roar as its massive body charged into the river of death. The underworld dragon became a part of the river of death, following it as it charged towards Purple Sky Dao. The Great Death Technique? You've even learned such a powerful Great Dao? Purple Sky Dao stood in the air, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng. He was extremely shocked. Then, he became excited. I've long heard that you've cultivated many powerful Great Daos. The rumors are actually true. Just one Great Dao is already heaven-defying. You're actually able to cultivate so many Great Daos. You're really lucky. However, these Great Daos that you've cultivated are destined to become someone else's. In the end, these Great Daos will belong to me. Today, I'll let you know that in the face of absolute power, all resistance is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Qiandao let out a long howl and his body became illusory. Divine Emperor Sky Shattering Fist. It was hazy. Endless divine light lingered. At that moment, Purple Sky Dao seemed to have transformed into an immortal divine emperor. He was powerful and ancient. He controlled the life and death of countless living beings. Purple Sky Dao's fist swept over, and the river of death began to crumble. Purple Sky Dao's cultivation level was too high. No matter how heaven-defying Lin Feng was, he was still a whole realm lower than Purple Sky Dao. There were 13 minor realms between them. He was indeed suppressed everywhere. When the river of death collapsed, Lin Feng had no choice but to quickly retreat. However, Purple Sky Dao had already rushed over with the 8 directional worlds. I'm using the inheritance of the Divine Masters to deal with you, the successor of the Divine Masters. This is really exciting. What do you think about dying under the great Daos of your Divine Masters? Purple Sky Dao's face was filled with a sinister expression. Clearly, both the 8 directional worlds and the Divine Emperor Sky Shattering Fist were the ultimate techniques of the Divine Masters. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He didn't say anything. The situation was very dangerous, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Lin Feng's left hand condensed a great defensive technique, while his right hand condensed an 8 trigrams diagram. He was defending and attacking at the same time. Multitasking. What a powerful ability. Before this, I've only heard of multitasking, but today, I've actually seen this ability. Amazing, truly amazing. Purple Sky Dao's face was filled with shock, but then he laughed coldly. So what if you're multitasking? The difference in strength is too great. I can break any great Daos. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Purple Sky Dao's fist had already arrived. Lin Feng's 2 great Daos were instantly destroyed by Purple Sky Dao's fist. Then, Purple Sky Dao's fist landed on Lin Feng's chest. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's sternum broke, and he was sent flying. His face was pale. Ha ha ha, you're too weak. I'll destroy your physical body first, then search your soul and find out your secrets. Qiandao laughed coldly. He took a step forward and threw out another punch. This punch made Lin Feng feel a thick chi of death. If this punch landed on him, Lin Feng knew that his physical body would be completely destroyed. What awaited him was only the fate of death. The most shocking thing was that Lin Feng realized that his body had been sealed by Sky Dao's punch. There's no need to struggle anymore. You're dead. Purple Sky Dao looked indifferent. That terrifying attack came down on Lin Feng. Mend the Heavens technique. Lin Feng used one of his most powerful skills. The Mend the Heavens technique could make up for mistakes and give him a chance to be reborn. Lin Feng's Mend the Heavens technique hadn't reached the level where he could turn back time, but he had reached the level where he could make up for mistakes. After using the Mend the Heavens technique, Lin Feng's body moved half a centimeter to the left. That half a centimeter caused the punch that was supposed to kill Lin Feng to miss. Lin Feng directly grabbed Sky Dao's arm and shouted, "Pfft." Then, Sky Dao's right arm was torn off by Lin Feng. Sky Dao screamed. His left hand struck Lin Feng's right chest. Lin Feng's chest was pierced through and blood gushed out of it. Lin Feng's chest was pierced through. Chapter 1268. Both of them were injured. Lin Feng quickly moved back. He was severely injured, even more so than Zhigan Dao, who had lost an arm. My arm. My arm. You bastard. You actually tore off my arm. You'll die a horrible death. Qiandao had gone completely mad. He roared furiously and cursed. His eyes were filled with endless hatred and murderous intent. There was a saying, if the heavenly Tao is flawed, it will be difficult to advance. If a person's body was perfectly preserved and their limbs were intact, it would be considered a perfect heavenly Tao. Qiandao's limbs were badly damaged after his arm was torn off. This was the so-called heavenly Tao being flawed. If he wanted to cultivate in the future, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Because he knew this, Qiandao hated Lin Feng to the core. The heaven patching technique is really powerful, but because it's so powerful, it has a fatal flaw. After using it once, it can't be used a second time within 3 days. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. If the heaven patching technique didn't have this restriction, he believed that he could definitely kill Qiandao with the heaven patching technique. Facing Qiandao's hysterical roar, Lin Feng didn't say anything. Instead, he silently activated his immortal body and quickly recovered from his injuries. Qiandao was furious when he saw this scene. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Both of them were severely injured, but Lin Feng recovered in the blink of an eye. How could Qiandao not be depressed? Good. Very good. Today, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Qiandao looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Then let's fight to the death. Let's see who will survive in the end. Qiandao took out a porcelain bottle and poured out a black pill from it. He then swallowed it. Soon after, Qiandao's aura became stronger and stronger. Originally, Qiandao's fighting strength had decreased sharply because of his broken arm. However, after taking the pill, Qiandao's cultivation had increased tremendously once again. He was even stronger than before he lost his arm. Berserk Demon Pill, a holy level pill. It's made from 100,000-year-old holy level pill, and it's made from 3,762 different kinds of spiritual medicines. It takes 49 days to concoct. Taking one pill will reduce your lifespan by 3,000 years, but your cultivation will double. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Little animal, you have good taste. Indeed, that's the Berserk Demon Pill. I've kept it for over 1,000 years. I didn't use it when I was in danger, but today, I have no choice but to use it. You little animal, you're making me feel dangerous. I'm going to kill you at all costs. Qiandao shouted coldly. Then, he quickly charged towards Lin Feng. Great Sun God-subduing palm. Qiandao shouted coldly. He stretched out his right hand and slapped towards Lin Feng. A great sun condensed above his palm. The great sun turned slightly. It was as if the real 9 heavens divine sun had descended. This palm was imbued with the might of the sun. Its power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Lin Feng jumped up in the void and turned into an 8 trigrams diagram. 3 chin chains, 6 Kuan breaks, Jinyang bowl, Jin cover bowl, Li Zhong su, Qin Zhong full, Dui upper deficiency, Sun lower break. The 8 trigrams diagram of heaven and earth condensed into a Dao diagram. It spun violently in the void and attacked Qiandao. Break! Qiandao jumped up like a madman. He attacked the 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng had turned into. This Berserk Demon Pill could not only increase the user's fighting strength, but it could also make the user crazy. The crazier the person, the more fearless they would be when fighting. Just like how Qiandao is now. His face was distorted, and he was no different from a madman. After 36 consecutive attacks, Lin Feng was beaten back to his original state by Qiandao. He was punched in the left side of his chest by Qiandao. Lin Feng's left chest instantly caved in and his body flew out. If that punch had moved down half a centimeter, it would have hit Lin Feng's heart. His heart would have been shattered by that punch. Fortunately, Lin Feng narrowly avoided the fatal blow. But at this moment, Qiandao was too terrifying. Lin Feng quickly retreated, wanting to distance himself from Qiandao. But at this moment, Qiandao had already charged over and punched Lin Feng again. Lin Feng used Iron Chain River to block Qiandao's attack. He was hit. Crack. His arm was broken. His body was sent flying. Lin Feng did not know how many battles he had experienced, But this was the first time he had been suppressed like this. His body was constantly injured. He used the void travel technique and finally got rid of Zigon Dao. Then, Lin Feng used his immortal divine body and his injuries quickly healed. Kid, this body of yours can't be used without limit. Every time you use it, your body will be greatly damaged and your fighting strength will greatly decrease. Zigon Dao was very scary. He had already discovered the flaws of the immortal divine body. Any kind of physique would have its flaws. Naturally, the immortal divine body had its flaws too. No physique was perfect. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Before my fighting strength completely disappears, I can definitely kill you. Shameless boasting. Zigon Dao was disdainful and attacked again. Martial spirit fusion. Lin Feng used his 5 devouring martial spirits. The 5 devouring martial spirits instantly merged into one, and a huge black hole appeared behind Lin Feng. I stand in the black hole and look at my ancestors, Lin Feng murmured. In a daze, Lin Feng saw the ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan in the depths of the black hole. They were looking at him. A black chi condensed and formed. It seemed to be able to crush the void and directly suppress Zigon Dao. Zigon Dao sneered and punched the black chi. He thought that he could easily destroy the black chi that was pressing down on him. However, when he collided with the black chi, Zigon Dao was immediately swept away. Wah! It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his body split open. His entire body was dyed red with blood. Zigon Dao was severely injured. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying Lin Feng's technique was. Life combustion, shouted Zigon Dao. He was going all out. He instantly burned 3,000 years of his life. Previously, Zicandio had already burned 3,000 years of his lifespan after consuming the Berserk demonic pill. Now, he was burning another 3,000 years of his lifespan. Because the effects of the Berserk demonic pill had not disappeared, Zicandio could continue burning his lifespan to release more of the Berserk demonic pill's medicinal effects and increase his combat strength. Zigon Dao went crazy. He punched the black chi again and again. He managed to block the black chi's attacks. You won't be able to last long against such an incredible technique. Once you break it, you'll die. Zigon Dao laughed ferociously. Zigon Dao had burned 6,000 years of his life to increase his fighting strength. He was too strong. The black chi was being suppressed by him. It even started to crack. Zigon Dao's face was distorted. He wanted to destroy the black chi and kill Lin Feng. However, at that moment, the space behind Zigon Dao trembled slightly. The fire Qilin silently appeared. It waved its claws and attacked Zigon Dao. Flame Saint, you can still fight after receiving a quasi-great Emperor weapons attack? Zigon Dao was horrified. He wanted to dodge the fire Qilin's attack, but it was too late. The fire Qilin's attack landed on Zigon Dao's body. Half of Zigon Dao's body exploded and blood spurted out. At that moment, Lin Feng's black chi moved towards Zigon Dao. Bang! Zigon Dao's body exploded into a mist of blood. He was killed on the spot. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin couldn't hold on any longer. They fell from the sky. Clang! Clang! Lin Feng and the fire unicorn crashed onto the ground. Lin Feng and the fire unicorn crashed to the ground. Chapter 1269. Fire Qilin, are you alright? Lin Feng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He turned to look at the fire Qilin. I'm not dead yet. The fire Qilin grinned. I didn't think that you would actually be able to kill Purple Sky Path. You're only at the first layer of the life and death realm, yet you were able to fight against a cultivator at the 4th layer of the rebirth realm for such a long time. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I also used all my cards. If you and I hadn't worked together, I definitely wouldn't have been able to turn the tables. Purple Sky Path is too terrifying. Fortunately, we've dealt with him. It won't be easy for the others to enter the Qilin Mountain. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, How are you feeling now? I need to recuperate. Since you're here, you can also enter the Sacred Pond to cultivate for a while. The fire Qilin said, Sacred Pond? What is that place? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Holy Pond is where the fire unicorns were born. That place is filled with godly flames. That kind of godly flames can strengthen the physical body. Of course, the most important thing is that they can strengthen the soul. The fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he and the fire Qilin began to recover. Lin Feng recovered relatively quickly. He was back to normal in 2 hours. As for the fire Qilin, its recovery was slower because of its injuries. It needed time to heal the injury to its origin. After resting for more than 2 hours, the fire Qilin was able to move. Lin Feng followed the fire Qilin into the depths of the mountain. Finally, they arrived at a valley in the depths of the Qilin mountain. There was a cave in the valley that was covered with restrictions. The restrictions here were abnormally terrifying. Lin Feng felt his heart skip a beat. This place is covered with one of the 10 great forbidden formations, the underworld god-slaughtering formation. If you trespass, you might even be destroyed, the fire Qilin said. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Has this formation been passed down? If it has, let me learn it. The fire Qilin replied, It's been lost for a long time. After pausing for a moment, the fire Qilin continued. Perhaps when the fire Qilin race disappeared from the Tianwu continent, this kind of formation was lost in the Tianwu continent. Then how did you appear in the martial heaven continent? Lin Feng looked at the fire Qilin curiously. I broke through the stone and came out, the fire Qilin said. Lin Feng was shocked. You were born from a stone? The stone tribe? The fire Qilin rolled its eyes and said, Of course not. I'm a fire Qilin, but I was sealed in a stone when I was young. Then, I was placed in the Saint Pond. I don't know how much time had passed, but I woke up and broke out of the stone. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, Do you still remember what happened in the past? Why is it sealed in the stone? The fire Qilin shook its head. Back then, I was too young. I don't remember anything. Lin Feng said, It must have been the elders of your race who sealed you in the stone so that you could survive. But why? Could it be that something happened in the past? So in order to let you live, they had no choice but to seal you, and then put you in the sacred pond? The fire Qilin said, It's all a mystery. You don't have any memories of your past in your bloodline? Asked Lin Feng curiously. It's vague, but it's hard to see clearly. If you want to explore it, now is not the time. Maybe in the future, when you reach the deity realm, you'll find something. The fire Qilin frowned slightly. At this time, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin arrived at the belly of a mountain. There was a huge pool of flames in the middle of the mountain. Obviously, this place was the sacred pond of raging flames. When you cultivate in there, if you're lucky enough, you might gain some enlightenment. There are records of some of the top techniques of the fire Qilin clan, but whether or not you can obtain them depends on your luck. Lin Feng nodded and jumped into the sacred pond. The flames burned fiercely, but they couldn't harm Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. As for the fire Qilin, it quickly left and went to another mountain to heal its injuries. Lin Feng took the lead and guided the flames into his body to refine it. Actually, Lin Feng's body had been refined countless times by the purple earthcore fire and the black earthcore fire. However, different flames had different effects on the body, so using the raging flames of raging flames was still very effective. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During those 10 days, Lin Feng continuously used the raging flames of raging flames to refine his body. Lin Feng's physical body was greatly improved. After reaching his limit, Lin Feng stopped tempering his body. If he overdid it, it would cause serious damage to his body. Lin Feng then tried to use his soul to absorb the heaven and earth blazing divine fire. Flames were supposed to restrain souls. This was because flames belonged to the power of extreme heat and extreme yang. As for soul energy, it belonged to the dark attribute. Therefore, when the two forces collided, the soul would often be injured. However, the heaven and earth raging flames divine fire was a little different. Because the heaven and earth raging flames divine fire had fused with the earth veins extreme yin energy, it could be controlled properly. Not only would the heaven and earth raging divine fire not cause any harm to the soul, but it would also stimulate the soul to grow stronger. When he broke through the life and death realm, Lin Feng's soul power also broke through to the first layer of the rebirth realm. As the level of his soul power increased, then it would be even more difficult to improve. Therefore, any opportunity to increase one's soul power was extremely rare. After bitterly cultivating for more than half a month, Lin Feng's soul power broke through from the first layer of the rebirth realm to the fourth layer of the rebirth realm. In a short period of time, his soul power had broken through 3 layers, which made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng felt that his soul power was about to reach its limit, so he stopped cultivating. Next, he tried to comprehend the supreme divine ability passed down by the Fire Qilin clan in the Saint Pond. Unfortunately, Lin Feng failed to comprehend it even after several attempts. This required luck, and it couldn't be forced. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. At this moment, he went to the Fire Qilin seclusion area. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the Fire Qilin said weakly, "It seems like you've gained quite a bit." Lin Feng nodded. "This Saint Pond is still very useful. How do you feel now?" The Fire Qilin shook its head. "My core was torn apart by the Quasi-Emperor weapon. It won't be easy for me to recover." The Quasi-Emperor weapon had already condensed the laws of the heavenly Tao, so the Fire Qilin's core injury was close to a Tao injury. If it couldn't heal, it could very well develop into an even more serious Tao injury. If the Fire Qilin's core injury really became a Tao injury, then the Fire Qilin would most likely die. Lin Feng saw that the Fire Qilin's core injury didn't show any signs of recovery, and he couldn't help but worry for its safety. Chapter 1270. Back then, I also suffered an injury to my origin, but my injury was relatively light. There was only a crack, so it was much easier to recover. In this world, there should be some medicine that can treat such a serious injury to your origin, right? Lin Feng looked at the Fire Qilin and asked. The Fire Qilin said, "Some spirit medicines or pills might be effective for minor injuries to the origin, but my origin is different. My origin was split in the middle, and the origin in my body was almost completely split open. If my origin was completely split open, then it would be a Tao injury, so my origin is close to a Tao injury. Thus, ordinary spirit medicines or pills have no effect on me." The Fire Qilin was an extremely powerful alchemist. It seemed that among the pills that the Fire Qilin had, there were no pills that could treat its origin that was close to a Tao injury. Lin Feng said, "You said that ordinary spirit medicines or pills can't treat it. Are there any heavenly treasures that can have an effect?" "There is an origin Tao fruit that can heal injuries to the origin, but it's not easy to get it," the Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "Where is this origin Tao fruit? I'll go find it." The Fire Qilin said, "I also don't know where the origin Tao fruit is." Lin Feng said, "Wait for me here. I'll go outside and ask around for information about the origin Tao fruit." The Fire Qilin's origin was too injured to move, so Lin Feng couldn't bring it with him. "You, be careful." The Fire Qilin's voice carried a trace of sadness and farewell. This was because its origin was getting more and more serious, and it could become a Tao injury at any time. Once it became a Tao injury, there was a high probability that it would die. Lin Feng left this time. Who knew if the Fire Qilin would ever see him again? Perhaps this parting would be an eternal one. "Don't worry, I will bring the origin Tao fruit back. We still have to go to dangerous places to train and soar in the outer realms." Lin Feng then turned and left. After leaving the cave, Lin Feng spent tens of thousands of materials to set up more than 10 killing arrays, connecting them with the restrictions of the Qilin Mountain. This way, Lin Feng could feel a little more at ease. He absolutely could not allow the Geomaster lineage to break the formation again. Once the formation was broken, those great forces would be able to come to the depths of the Qilin Mountain, even if they were unable to break the underworld god-slaughtering formation. However, they could surround the depths of the Qilin Mountain. At that time, even if he found the origin Tao fruit and returned, he wouldn't be able to enter. Lin Feng's absolute killing formation was connected to the Qilin Mountains formation. If more experts from the Geomaster lineage were to arrive, if he wanted to break the formation, he would definitely suffer the attacks of these absolute kill grand formations. Outside, the experts of Song Mingyu and many other major forces were still guarding the Qilin Mountain. They had no intention of leaving. Lin Feng guessed that these people were waiting for the experts of the Geomaster lineage to arrive. The Geomaster lineage had lost a rebirth realm expert this time. How could they let this matter rest? It was unrealistic to force their way out as the other party had a Boundary Emperor weapon and 11 Rebirth Realm experts. However, Lin Feng wasn't completely helpless. He still had the Heavenly God Elixir, which he could use to activate the 4 vicious cauldrons. Then, he would take advantage of the fact that the people outside hadn't reacted yet and rush out. As long as he was a few thousand meters away, Lin Feng would be able to use his speed to his advantage and shake off the group of experts. Thinking of this, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly took out the 4 vicious cauldrons. He entered the 4 vicious cauldrons. Then, he poured out 5 drops of Heavenly God Elixir. After the 5 drops of Heavenly God Elixir were absorbed, the 4 vicious cauldrons seemed to come back to life. The Taotai, Hundun, Bayan, and Qiongqi appeared and let out deep roars. Whoosh! The 4 vicious cauldrons reached their peak speed and instantly rushed out of the formation, then rushed into the distance. They're out. So it's Lin Feng, that brat? Song Mingyu immediately roared when he saw the 4 vicious cauldrons. He recognized the 4 vicious cauldrons and knew that they were Lin Feng's treasures. Now, he also knew who had dared to provoke Lin Feng. When the others heard that the person from before was Lin Feng, they were shocked. "Stop him!" shouted the strong cultivators of the Rebirth cultivation layer. They wanted to stop Lin Feng, but the cauldrons were too strong. Bang! 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 The Rebirth Realm experts were sent flying by the 4 vicious cauldrons. Song Mingyu directly took out the yin-yang twin swords and slashed at the 4 vicious cauldrons. Clang! The 4 vicious cauldrons were sent flying, but the 4 vicious cauldrons blocked the yin-yang twin swords' attack. Then, he tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. He's the only one in the cauldrons, which means that the Fire Saint is still in the Kylan Mountain. If he left in such a hurry, it must mean that the Fire Saint has been severely injured. Therefore, he's going to look for treasures to save the Fire Saint. We'll just wait here and see. Let's wait here, Fortune Gates Zhang Shunmu said. The other experts also nodded, agreeing with Zhang Shunmu. 10,000 Longevity City, Mercenary Association. Haha, young master, are you here to buy information again? What information are you looking for this time? The Mercenary Association's elder was very happy to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a very generous person, and Lin Feng had left a deep impression on him. Lin Feng tossed him a pouch of spirit stones. When the elder opened the pouch and saw that it was filled with top-grade spirit stones, his eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He hurriedly put the pouch away and said, "As long as it's something you want to know, the Mercenary Association will definitely help you find out." Lin Feng asked, "Do you know anything about the origin Dao fruit?" The elder replied, "You've asked the right person. I do know something about the origin Dao fruit." Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. "Tell me where it is." The Mercenary Association's elder replied, "I found this information when I was flipping through an ancient book. I can't guarantee whether it's true or not, so if you really look for it and don't find it, you can't blame me." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course, I understand." After hearing Lin Feng's guarantee, the Mercenary Association's elder said, "There's an origin Dao fruit in the northwest of the Central Plains, where demons are sealed." Lin Feng frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard of such a place. He asked, "Where is this origin Dao fruit in the Central Plains? What are its origins?" The Mercenary Association's elder replied, "It's said that it was a battlefield in the ancient times. It's a place where danger lurks everywhere. In the past, there were gods who went there, but they all fell. Entering that place is practically a death sentence." Chapter 1271. The land of sealed demons was famous throughout the central continent. Lin Feng hadn't been in the central continent for long, so he wasn't particularly familiar with the land of sealed demons. It was rumored that during the Great War of Gods and Demons in ancient times, the land of sealed demons was an ancient battlefield. The gods fell, and the demons were sealed. Countless years had passed, and the corpses of the gods had decayed. The sealed demons had also turned into bones. But the land of sealed demons was still terrifying. The broken laws formed after the gods died, and the demons were destroyed filled the world. Some ancient and terrifying creatures were still alive in that world. Of course, There was no lack of cultivators every year. Even if they knew it was a narrow escape, they still took the risk to enter the land of sealed demons. This was because there were too many opportunities in the land of sealed demons. People died for wealth, birds died for food, and cultivators risked their lives to increase their cultivation. There were far too many people like this. Moreover, some old peerless powerhouses would sometimes appear in the land of sealed demons. They felt that there was no hope for them to break through, so they would enter the land of sealed demons before they died to explore its secrets. They hoped to obtain opportunities and break through. Demon Sealing City was the closest ancient city to the land of sealed demons. People came and went, and it was very lively. Many cultivators came to Demon Sealing City to go to the land of sealed demons. Even if they didn't enter the land of sealed demons, they still wanted to see the majesty and mystery of the land of sealed demons. Lin Feng rode the space-time wormhole and spent an entire month to reach Demon Sealing City. The flying ship to the land of sealed demons will depart in 2 hours. If you want to board, hurry up. If you miss this opportunity, there will be another flying ship in 3 days. A cultivator shouted outside the teleportation plaza. After flying through the space-time wormhole for a month, Lin Feng was extremely tired. He didn't board the ship. He planned to rest for a few days and wait for the next batch. During these days, Lin Feng also hoped to inquire about the land of sealed demons and the origin Dao fruit. It would be best if he could obtain a map of the land of sealed demons. Lin Feng rented a separate courtyard in a high-end inn. There was a hot spring in the courtyard. After comfortably soaking in the hot spring, he changed into a clean set of clothes and went straight to the Mercenary Association in Demon Sealing City. But here, Lin Feng couldn't find any useful information. As for the map of the land of sealed demons, the Mercenary Association provided more than a dozen versions. The land of sealed demons was a very mysterious place. Everything about that place was unknown. These maps were deduced by the higher-ups of the Mercenary Association after combining a lot of information. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't buy any maps, but left the Mercenary Association. In the distant crowd, Lin Feng saw a crippled cultivator. He looked to be in his 50s and had a shrewd look on his face. He held a pipe in his hand and kept smoking. After seeing this person, Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. He didn't expect to see this person here. This was a person who had been missing for many years. Lin Feng had also been looking for him for many years. Saber Grandpa. Back then, he had led them into the death impasse, where Zi Xiao had died tragically. Meanwhile, Zi Xiao's family heirloom, the golden Buddha that could dispel evil spirits and evil thoughts, had been snatched away. Zi Xiao had saved Lin Feng's life, and Zi Xiao had been right next to Lin Feng when he had been killed. Lin Feng couldn't forget this. He had sworn to take revenge for Zi Xiao, but Lin Feng hadn't been able to find the murderer. There were 2 people Lin Feng suspected the most. One was Saber Lord, and the other was Qin Mubai from the ancient Qin family. Saber Lord had disappeared without a trace. Qin Mubai hadn't heard from him for a long time. Maybe he was in seclusion, or maybe he was training in another province. After all, the 3,000 provinces were too big. It was very difficult to meet him. Old man, let's see where you're going this time. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and quickly chased after Saber Lord. Saber Lord was very cautious. He looked behind him and saw Lin Feng, so he turned around and ran. He's running when he sees me. He must be guilty. He's probably the one who killed Zi Xiao. Lin Feng's eyes were cold as he quickly chased after him. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Saber Lord hadn't lost a leg, but he wasn't slow. He dashed left and right through the crowd. Lin Feng chased after him for half an hour. He finally caught up with Saber Lord just as he was about to leave the city. Lin Feng blocked him in a corner of the city. Saber Lord had nowhere to run. Why aren't you running anymore? Lin Feng looked at Saber Lord coldly. Saber Lord said angrily, Are you bullying a disabled person? You don't look like a disabled person when you run. Lin Feng sneered. Saber Lord looked at Lin Feng cautiously and said, Who are you? Why are you chasing me? Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Don't you know who I am? Why are you running? Saber Lord didn't say anything. He just kept looking around. Saber Lord was very mysterious. Lin Feng guessed that this old man had done many immoral things in the past few years. He felt guilty. When he saw someone chasing him, he ran away. Lin Feng asked, "Do you remember what happened 11 years ago in the eastern province, the ancient demon mountain?" Saber Lord squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. "So it was you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. You killed my friend?" Lin Feng looked at Saber Lord coldly. "Are you talking about that purple-robed young cultivator?" Saber Lord frowned. "It was you who killed him." Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Saber Lord shook his head and said, "It wasn't me. At that time, I saw a hazy figure that attacked as quickly as lightning. It killed your friend in an instant and then disappeared without a trace. When I wanted to get close to you, I was taken to another place by the restrictions." Lin Feng frowned. Saber Lord's tone was very calm. It was obvious that he wasn't lying. If it wasn't Saber Lord, could it be Qin Mubai? "Do you think it was Qin Mubai?" Lin Feng asked. "It's hard to say." Saber Lord shook his head. "Actually, many people were pulled into the Eternal Demon Mountain because of the changes in the world. Many experts appeared in that area." Zijiao's tragic death made Lin Feng very sad. So many years had passed, but they still hadn't found Zijiao's murderer. Perhaps only when that person took out the golden Buddha statues would they be able to prove who the murderer was. "I heard that you're doing well. Are you interested in doing something with me?" Saber Lord squinted at Lin Feng. He was a very shrewd person. Lin Feng couldn't see through Saber Lord. Therefore, he had always been very cautious and guarded against Saber Lord. "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. "The walls have ears. Let's go back to your place," Saber Lord said. Lin Feng nodded and went back to his place with Saber Lord. "I accidentally obtained a map. It's said to be the place where an ancient devil died," Saber Lord said. "Ancient devil?" Lin Feng frowned. Saber Lord said, "It's an ancient devil. It's probably equivalent to a giant god." Hiss. Hearing Saber Lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 1272. An ancient devil on the level of a giant god was too shocking. Who knew how many shocking things would be left behind in the place of its death? Who knew they might even be able to find information about the origin Dao fruit there? "You and I should work together?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Saber Lord. Lin Feng had some reservations about Saber Lord's words. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. This was especially true when facing a sly old fox like Saber Lord. Saber Lord said, "I obtained this map from an auction. Since someone put it up for auction, it's very likely that more than one group of people know about it. That's why we need to find some experts." Lin Feng nodded. "That's good too. Have you contacted anyone?" Saber Lord nodded. "I posted a Hellgrade mission in the black market. It's to explore the land of sealed demons. I'm sure we'll get an answer soon." "It seems like there are quite a few people who aren't afraid of death." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Saber Lord said, "Some people would rather die than stay in the same place on the path of cultivation. These people have a strong heart and will. If they don't die, they'll definitely achieve great things in the future." Lin Feng said, "And we're looking for such people," Saber Lord said. The next day, Lin Feng and Saber Lord went to the black market. They received news that a total of 7 people had agreed to join them and enter the land of sealed demons. Saber Lord frowned slightly. "There aren't enough people," Lin Feng said. "If they're all elites, then it's enough." Saber Lord nodded and told the manager where they were supposed to meet. The manager would act as a middleman and contact the 7 people before asking them to go to the meeting place. At night, Lin Feng and Saber Lord arrived at the agreed meeting place. This restaurant was called Desheng, and it had the meaning of victory at the start. Not long after, the 7 people arrived one after another. Of the 7 people, 4 were men and 3 were women. Among the 4 men, there was an old man who looked like he was about to enter the ground. He was as thin as a match, and his body was stooped. After entering the land of sealed demons, there was one type of person that one had to pay attention to, and that was the old cultivators who were about to enter the ground. These people were usually nearing the end of their lifespans and wanted to enter the land of sealed demons before they died to try their luck. This kind of person was usually not to be trifled with. They were all people who were about to die. When they attacked, they naturally had no qualms about it. As for the other three men, one of them was a blind cultivator who looked to be in his 50s. His eyes were covered by an eye patch. There was also a one-armed middle-aged cultivator. He was silent and carried a saber on his back. He looked like a one-armed swordsman who roamed the pugilistic world. The last man was dressed in a scholarly robe. He looked ordinary, like a scholar who was well-read. Among the three women, there was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. She wore a thin veil that covered her enchanting figure. She was extremely charming and alluring. The second woman was in her 20s and had a cold appearance. Moreover, she was wearing a veil, so it was unknown what she looked like. The third girl looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. She had a round face and big sparkling eyes. She looked very cute, but what made people spurt blood the most was her pair of plump breasts. That scale, it made Lin Feng feel dumbfounded. You can call me Saber Grandpa. Lin Qing. Saber Grandpa and Lin Feng first introduced themselves. Lin Feng still used his alias. The other 7 people also introduced themselves. The old man called himself Ghost Elder. This name really matched his image. He really did look like a malicious spirit that had crawled out of a grave. Lin Feng guessed that this Ghost Elder was very likely an expert of the evil demons. Therefore, he was quite wary of this person. The blind cultivator was called Wu Mu. This name also sounded eerie. The one-armed cultivator was called Single Saber. The scholarly cultivator was called Yu Kunshin. Of the 3 women, the beautiful woman who was filled with an alluring aura was called Yu Liushi. The cold-veiled woman was called Nailin Jirua. The child-faced and busty female cultivator was called Wang Xiaonan. He didn't know how many of these 7 people had real names. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care if they had real names or not. As long as these people had outstanding abilities, it was fine. Saber Grandpa said, I have the map of the place where the giant demon fell. According to the rules, if we obtain any treasures, the 2 of us will be the first to pick, and then everyone else. If there are more treasures, then I will take 30% of the treasures, my little brother will take 20%, and the remaining 50% will be distributed by you guys. Do you have any objections to this distribution method? Saber Grandpa asked. Lin Feng never thought that Saber Grandpa would actually think of him when there were benefits. This caused Lin Feng's opinion of Saber Grandpa to change greatly. The other 7 nodded, indicating that there were no problems. Since there are no problems, then we will leave tomorrow and take the flying ship, Saber Grandpa said. Then, everyone dispersed. Saber Grandpa followed Lin Feng to his residence. At night, the 2 of them had a drink in the courtyard. Late at night, in the depths of the demon sealing grounds, a huge mountain peak collapsed. From the mountain peak, a mysterious ancient map flew out. Endless demonic energy surged. A terrifying demonic aura filled the world. At that moment, all living things in the world were alarmed. Chapter 1273. The 9 Demon painting was extremely famous. During the primordial era, it had been refined by 7 ancient demon emperors, and its power was unimaginable. Moreover, it was rumored that the 9 Demon painting could be combined with another imperial weapon, the 9 Emperors painting, to complement each other. The 9 Emperors painting was also an imperial weapon, but it wasn't the same as the one Lin Feng had obtained in the early years. The 9 Emperors painting was the supreme imperial weapon of the primordial era, and it was ranked 4th on the imperial weapon rankings. The 9 Emperors painting that Lin Feng had obtained was only a replica, forged from the original imperial weapon, the 9 Emperors painting. It had also imprinted the method to refine the 9 Emperors clones. The real imperial weapon, the 9 Emperors painting, had disappeared without a trace since the primordial era. Now that the 9 Devils diagram had appeared and was looking for a new master, this was just too shocking. Everyone was shocked and emotionally moved. At this moment, all the cultivators in the demon sealing city hurriedly took action, and all kinds of news quickly spread. Many people informed the families behind them, asking them to send experts to snatch the 9 Demon painting. Of course, there were also many cultivators who had already set off for the demon sealing city. They couldn't wait for the flying ship to arrive. The 9 Demon painting once again entered the demon sealing city and disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal, But the cultivators couldn't calm down. The 9-demon painting is divided into 9 parts. That was just one part, Saber Lord said as he took a puff of his pipe. Saber Lord was being mysterious. He seemed to know a lot of secrets. Lin Feng asked, "Why would this imperial weapon be divided into 9 parts?" "I saw a record in a Taoist scripture. It said that during the chaos at the end of the primordial era, the demon race and the demon race held the 9 emperors painting. Both sides worked together to fight against a terrifying existence. They almost won, but in the end, that powerful existence couldn't destroy the 9-demon painting and the 9 emperors painting. So, the 9-demon painting and the 9 emperors painting were divided into 9 parts and scattered throughout the world," Saber Lord said. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, "What kind of existence were the demon race and the demon race fighting against?" "I don't know. The records weren't very detailed. In reality, the primordial era has already passed for millions of years. It's very difficult for the future generations to know what happened back then. Even the introductions in ancient primordial era are doubted. Moreover, the more detailed the records are, the higher the possibility that they are fake," Saber Lord said. Lin Feng's heart twitched. "What you mean is that maybe someone changed the history?" Saber Lord said, "You have to understand that history is written by the victors. What's so strange about it being tampered with to confuse later generations?" Saber Lord Sabers, Point Emperor's Saber Lord, said Lin Feng. "Do you have any proof?" "I have a feeling that you've discovered something," Saber Lord said. "I once met a primordial divine artifact. It had a very long lifespan, and I asked it about the primordial era, including the origin, beginning, and ending of the primordial era of chaos. Do you know how that primordial god answered me?" Lin Feng shook his head. "It doesn't have that memory in its memory. It seems to have been erased," Saber Lord said. Lin Feng was shocked. Memory erased? He suddenly thought of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord only had fragmented memories. When the Demon Lord woke up, he would often sit on top of a grave and ponder. Actually, at that time, the Yao Lord was thinking about his lost memories. The Demon Lord tried to recall many things, but he failed. Lin Feng was starting to believe Saber Lord's words. However, the current Lin Feng was just a nobody. He wasn't even a god. Those things weren't something he could worry about. "The appearance of the 9 demons painting will definitely lead to a bloodbath," Saber Lord said. "It won't be easy to obtain the 9 demons painting." Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Lin Feng felt that it was strange that the 9 demons painting would appear at this time. He had a feeling that there was a conspiracy going on. However, Lin Feng quickly shook his head and got rid of that thought. Perhaps the restrictions suppressing the 9 demons painting were no longer able to suppress this monarch weapon. That was why the 9 demons painting appeared. On the second day, the 9 of them gathered together. The 9 demon picture is divided into 9 parts, but even if it's only one part, it can still fight against ordinary great imperial weapons. If someone wants to look for the 9 demon picture, they can leave the group first," Saber Lord said. Elder Gue laughed strangely and said, "There's no rush to find the 9 demons painting. This kind of treasure won't choose a new owner until the last moment. Let's first find the place where the giant demon fell, and then wait for the various powers to fight to the death for the 9 demons painting. It won't be too late to snatch the 9 demons painting when they suffer heavy losses." "Since that's the case, let's go," Saber Lord said. The 9 of them went to the plaza to board the flying ship. At the teleportation plaza, many people were lining up to board the ship because it was relatively safe to board the ship. Of course, the cost was also extremely high. It was not a problem to board the ship, but the prerequisite was that you had to have enough top-grade spirit stones. Originally, it only cost 100 top-grade spirit stones to take a flying ship to the demon sealing grounds, but now, the price had crazily increased by 10 times. One person needed 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was not a number that anyone could afford. Lin Feng's group of 7 boarded the flying ship. They asked for a VIP box and spent 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Along the way, they encountered many dangers, but they were all safe and sound. Until one day, when they passed through a foggy mountain forest. When the flying ship arrived above a deep abyss, rumble. The flying ship suffered a huge impact. Then, Lin Feng felt as if the flying ship was about to fall. Many people in the flying ship were swaying. What's going on? Many cultivators cried out in fear. Roar. At that moment, the roar of a beast could be heard. An extremely terrifying beast attacked the flying ship, causing it to fall rapidly. Then, the furious roars of cultivators could be heard. In the outside world, the cultivators and the beasts seemed to be fighting. In the end, the flying ship stabilized and turned into a ray of light that rushed into the distance. The furious and unwilling roars of the beasts could be heard from behind. Many people in the flying ship heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally gotten rid of that terrifying beast safely. 10 days later, the flying ship arrived at the demon sealing grounds. When Lin Feng and the others came down, many cultivators had already gathered here. Cultivators continued to enter the demon sealing grounds. Elder Ghost said sinisterly, "How can an imperial weapon be so easy to obtain? These people are just going to die." Chapter 1274. Lin Feng said, "Actually, many people didn't come here just for the imperial armament. Now that so many cultivators have entered the land of sealed demons, there are opportunities everywhere. When there are fewer people entering the land of sealed demons, it'll be more dangerous. The more people there are, the safer it'll be. Even if we encounter vicious beasts or powerful restrictions, the more people there are, the more likely we'll be able to solve the problem." The others nodded, feeling that Lin Feng's words made sense. "Where will we enter the land of sealed demons?" Yu Liushi asked. Saberlord said, "Follow me." Everyone quickly left. They entered the land of sealed demons in a different region. This was a valley that was covered in restrictions. When the group of people arrived, this place was extremely quiet. The restrictions have been destroyed. "It seems that some experts have already entered," Lin Feng said as he stroked his chin. Saberlord said, "Everyone, be careful. Don't get ambushed." Everyone nodded. They had to be careful when entering a place like the land of sealed demons. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would die. They carefully walked into the depths of the valley. The valley was very long and emitted a gloomy and cold aura. After walking for more than half an hour, everyone walked out of the valley. What appeared in front of them was a foggy world. Brown fog lingered around, and the visibility was extremely low. Besides, at that moment, under the cover of the black fog, a few dozen flying swords were moving towards Lin Feng and the others at the speed of lightning. They were really too fast. Someone was hiding in the shadows and launching a sneak attack on them. "You're courting death." Everyone couldn't help but shout in anger and take out their weapons to block the flying swords. Fortunately, everyone had been on high alert since entering the land of sealed demons, so Lin Feng and the others immediately noticed the flying swords. Clang, clang, clang. A series of collisions rang out, and the flying swords were blocked by Lin Feng and the others. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately after that, one flying sword after another flew back and over 30 cultivators rushed out to surround Lin Feng and the other 8 cultivators. The leader of the group was a cultivator shrouded in a black robe. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but he sneered and said, "You're quite alert, but there are only 9 of you. You're doomed to die." These cultivators were abnormally powerful. Moreover, they were well prepared. They all took out their talismans and activated them. Then, these people took out their talismans. Boom, boom, boom. One talisman after another exploded, and a destructive wave swept out. These talismans were extremely precious talismans. Once they exploded, the damage they would cause would be extremely shocking. When the talisman exploded, the cold woman Nalan Jirua took out a Chinkuan bag-type treasure. This treasure was called the Kunlun pouch. It had endless uses. Not only could it devour all kinds of attacks, but it could also store people. It was said that this treasure could store even thousands of soldiers and horses. After Nalan Jirua took out the Kunlun pouch, all the energy from the explosion was swallowed by the Kunlun pouch. Then, one cultivator after another flew into the Kunlun pouch. Those cultivators' bodies quickly shrank in mid-air. Then, they were swallowed by the Kunlun pouch. What a powerful treasure! Lin Feng was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a treasure that could devour cultivators' treasures so unscrupulously. Mournful screams were heard. Those cultivators who were swallowed by the Kunlun pouch immediately died miserably. The Kunlun pouch was very strange. It seemed to be devouring the cultivator's flesh and blood essence. Out of the 30 cultivators, only 7 or 8 managed to escape. The rest were all swallowed by Nalan Jirua's Kunlun pouch. Nalan Jirua still had a cold expression on her face. She took her time to put away her Kunlun pouch. This woman can't be offended. At this moment, the other 8 people in the group all had the same thought. Nalan Jirua, who had the Kunlun pouch, was someone they couldn't provoke. If they angered Nalan Jirua, the consequences would be terrible. Saberlord said, "Just as we guessed before, the person who obtained this map is not a group of people. We have to be more careful. I don't want to be a mantis in the eyes of others." Wang Xiaonan quickly nodded and said, "That's right, we have to be the Oriole." When she nodded, her full breasts bounced back and forth. It was really full of endless temptation. See no evil. Lin Feng shifted his gaze. However, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. How did Wang Xiaonan raise this? The group continued to walk deeper. This time, they were much more careful than before. The deeper they went, the more sinister they felt. They couldn't help but have goosebumps all over their bodies. Suddenly, a miserable scream came from ahead. It was extremely tragic, and it made one's hair stand on end. "Let's go and take a look." Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed over. When they arrived at the area, they saw 7 or 8 cultivator corpses lying on the ground. It was the group of cultivators who had ambushed them before. Beside those corpses, there were living beings shrouded in black fog. Not good. It's the infernal ghost soldiers. The spectral elder's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Let's go. Let's go quickly. Don't let the infernal ghost soldiers catch up to us. They're said to be undying and difficult to kill." Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they quickly rushed into the distance. Many of the infernal ghost soldiers had already discovered them and were chasing after them. Lin Feng asked, "What are the infernal ghost soldiers?" The infernal ghost soldiers are ghost soldiers that are connected to the underworld. You've heard of the Infernal Palace, right? The Infernal Palace is equivalent to the place where ghost soldiers are born in the underworld, and the Infernal Palace is where ghost generals are born in the underworld. The ghost soldiers and ghost generals produced by the Infernal Palace are different from ordinary ghost soldiers and ghost generals because these ghost soldiers and ghost generals have undying bodies. It's impossible to kill them, and encountering them is basically a path to death. The spectral elder's voice was extremely serious. Lin Feng had previously guessed that the spectral elder was an evil cultivator, but now it seemed that he might not be an evil cultivator, but an extremely rare ghost cultivator. Lin Feng had seen a ghost cultivator before, and it was the Azura ghost Luo Yin in the magnetic fog lake. However, it was obvious that a ghost cultivator like the Azura ghost Luo Yin was far from being able to compare to an old ghost cultivator like the spectral elder. Lin Feng and the others were finally surrounded by a group of infernal ghost soldiers. Nalan Jirua wanted to use her Kunlun pouch to collect them, but she discovered that her Kunlun pouch was unable to do so. These infernal ghost soldiers are too strange. Even my Kunlun pouch is unable to collect them. Nalan Jirua's pretty face became very unsightly. Chapter 1275. If we can't collect them, then we'll break out, Dan Dao shouted. He wielded his saber with one arm and slashed at a ghost soldier that was pouncing towards him. Clang! The claws of the infernal ghost soldier were too sharp. When they collided with Dan Dao's long sword, there was a clanging sound. Surprisingly, the infernal ghost soldier was able to block Dan Dao's attack. This monster's claws were too hard. They were like the most powerful magic treasures, indestructible. Dozens of ghost soldiers charged over from the surroundings and surrounded Lin Feng and the others. The two sides immediately clashed. It was not easy to break out of the ghost soldiers' encirclement. Lin Feng took out his Sarira and Bodhi seed, the two most precious Buddhist treasures. Buddhist light swirled around them, illuminating the heavens. That dazzling Buddhist light emitted an astonishing fluctuation. The Buddhist light illuminated the ground and swept towards the ghost soldiers. Buddhist treasures. Everyone was shocked. They squinted at the Sarira and Bodhi seed that Lin Feng had taken out. Lin Feng's Buddhist treasures allowed everyone to see hope in defeating the ghost soldiers. However, what caused everyone's expression to change drastically was that when the Buddhist light swept across the netherworld ghost soldier's body, only sizzling sounds could be heard. The black fog surrounding the nether ghost soldiers emitted burning sounds. However, this level of burning could not cause too much damage to the nether ghost soldiers. The Sarira and Bodhi seed were magic treasures that could restrain ghosts, but they were unable to harm the ghost soldiers. This was something that Lin Feng and the others had not expected. How can these ghost soldiers be so strange? Lin Feng frowned. Flesh and blood bodies. These ghost soldiers must have started to condense their own flesh and blood bodies. Once they do, they will be able to resist the attacks of Buddhist treasures. Elder Gui's voice was grave. Everyone's expressions changed. They had started to condense their flesh and blood bodies? This was too terrifying. No wonder those cultivators had died tragically to the ghost soldiers' attacks. Lin Feng put away the Sarira and Bodhi seed. At that moment, the ghost soldiers' attacks became more and more fierce. Puff. Suddenly, the sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. A netherworld ghost soldier had grabbed the one-eyed Wu Mu's abdomen. Instantly, a large wound appeared on the one-eyed Wu Mu's body and blood flowed out. Soon, his body was dyed crimson with fresh blood. When the ghost soldiers of hell smelled the scent of blood, they immediately rushed towards the shaman tomb like crazy. Lin Feng swung the black dragon sword, sending the Yin Chao ghost soldiers flying. Are you all right? Lin Feng asked. Thank you for saving me, Brother Lin. I won't die. Wu Mu said. Be careful. Lin Feng spoke. After which, he engaged in close combat with the swarming Yin demon soldiers. His sword slashed down on the bodies of the Yin demon soldiers, and the sound of collision actually rang out. It was as if he had struck a weapon. What body is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The netherworld ghost soldiers' bodies were too terrifying. They were practically invulnerable. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that the situation was very troublesome. If this continued, they would be trapped to death by the netherworld ghost soldiers. Ghost Elder, don't you have any methods to escape? Lin Feng looked at the Ghost Elder and asked in a deep voice. The Ghost Elder gave Lin Feng an unfathomable feeling. He was definitely hiding many powerful methods. However, the Ghost Elder hadn't revealed himself on the way here, so it was easy for people to overlook him. However, Lin Feng had been paying attention to the Ghost Elder from the very beginning. Moreover, Lin Feng was now certain that the Ghost Elder was a ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivators usually had many unimaginable methods. Therefore, Lin Feng believed that the Ghost Elder was also hiding such methods. It was just that he hadn't used them until now. If he didn't hurry the Ghost Elder would probably continue to waste time and not make a move. The others also looked at the Ghost Elder. The Ghost Elder laughed strangely and said, I naturally have a way to escape, but it will consume one of my treasures. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't use it. The group of people rolled their eyes. The Ghost Elder had indeed been hiding some powerful methods. Wang Xiaonan looked at the Ghost Elder with a pitiful expression and said, Grandpa, if you don't make a move, we'll all die here. If we die here, you won't be able to reach the ancient devil fall by yourself. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll have to consume this treasure today. After saying that, the Ghost Elder took out a stack of yellow paper. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. Yellow paper? Are you going to use it to deal with the netherworld ghost soldiers? The Ghost Elder said, This is netherworld paper. It's rumored that the 10 kings of hell used this paper to write imperial edicts. It has countless uses. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ghost Elder used the yellow paper to make paper people. Little people made of yellow paper? What kind of technique is that? Lin Feng and the others looked at the Ghost Elder suspiciously. Swish. At that moment, there was a flash of light, and the little people made of yellow paper turned into big golden men. Golden strongmen. Stop these netherworld ghost soldiers, the Ghost Elder said with a smile. Yes. After receiving the order, The golden strongmen quickly charged at the netherworld ghost soldiers. What shocked Lin Feng and the others was that the golden strongmen were actually able to hold the netherworld ghost soldiers back. The netherworld ghost soldiers' powerful attacks landed on the golden strongmen, but they couldn't harm them at all. What a strange technique. Everyone was shocked. The ghost elders' yellow paper people were really powerful. Let's go, the ghost elder said, and took the lead to fly into the distance. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to hesitate. They followed closely behind the ghost elder and flew into the distance. In the distance, the netherworld ghost soldiers were constantly rushing out of the abyss, chasing after Lin Feng and the others. They didn't dare to stop, so they pushed their speed to the limit. In the end, the group finally rushed out of the black fog. The pursuing netherworld ghost soldiers seemed to be unable to leave the black fog world. They stood at the edge of the black fog world and roared angrily. Phew! Seeing that the netherworld ghost soldiers couldn't chase after them, everyone was relieved. Something's not right. Something is approaching us. At that moment, Wu Mu suddenly said in a deep voice. Perhaps because Wu Mu was blind, his ears were especially sharp and his perception was especially strong. Look, what's that? Suddenly, Wang Xiaonan pointed into the distance. There was a black mass in the sky, but they didn't know what it was. A cold and gloomy aura spread out. Roar! The roars of beasts came from the forest. The powerful, ferocious beasts quickly fled into the distance. There were also some huge birds that flew into the distance. However, when the unknown black creature covered the sky like a dark cloud flew over, neither the birds nor the ferocious beasts in the forest were able to escape successfully. After the group of black creatures flew over, only white bones remained of the ferocious beasts in the forest. In the air, the skeletons of the flying beasts fell to the ground with blood dripping from them. Their flesh and blood were all devoured by the terrifying creatures in an instant. Run, quickly run. Chapter 1276. Those unknown creatures were too terrifying. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly flew into the distance. It was hard to imagine what kind of creature it was. Even so many powerful wild beasts and birds had been instantly devoured. If they had been surrounded by those creatures, wouldn't they have suffered the same fate? Everyone pushed their speed to the limit, turning into streaks of light as they charged forward. Wait for me, Wang Xiaonan called out from behind. Her cultivation was the weakest among them, and she was also the slowest. She had been left behind by Lin Feng and the others. She would occasionally look in horror at the terrifying creatures behind them. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. However, they couldn't even take care of themselves right now. Who had the time to care about Wang Xiaonan? Wu, don't leave me behind. Wang Xiaonan cried out in horror. She was so scared that she started crying. Lin Feng turned back and grabbed Wang Xiaonan's waist, then fled madly into the distance. Lin Feng couldn't bear to see such a beautiful girl like Wang Xiaonan die here. A man should have a tender heart for the fairer sex. Big brother Lin Feng, you're such a good person. Wang Xiaonan looked at Lin Feng happily. It's nothing, Lin Feng said. At that moment, he suddenly felt something heavy on his arm. Only then did he realize that something huge was pressing down on his arm. Oh my God! Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but be shocked by Wang Xiaonan's development. However, Lin Feng quickly adjusted his emotions. Now wasn't the time to be distracted. Escaping was more important. The group fled madly for an hour before they finally broke away from those terrifying creatures. Lin Feng reluctantly let go of Wang Xiaonan. When he hugged Wang Xiaonan's waist, his arm was pressed down by something heavy. However, that was also a kind of enjoyment. This place is really dangerous, Yuliyoshi sighed. Yulushi sighed emotionally. Her pink lips parted slightly, and only now did she let out a long sigh. Yuliyoshi's alluring appearance was truly alluring. Wang Xiaonan patted her full breasts and said with lingering fear, Yes, if it wasn't for big brother Lin, I might have died already. Yulushi looked at Lin Feng and Wang Xiaonan with an ambiguous gaze. She smiled and said, Didn't you feel very safe when Lin Gongzi hugged you earlier? Wang Xiaonan couldn't help but blush slightly when she recalled the scene at that time. She looked at Yuliyoshi and snorted. If you want to know, you can let Big Brother Lin hug you. You'll know the answer when the time comes. Although Wang Xiaonan looked innocent and adorable, she didn't know what to say. She knew that Yuliyoshi was teasing her, so Wang Xiaonan didn't hold back in the slightest. Yuliyoshi choked on Wang Xiaonan's words and did not react for a long time. Lin Feng didn't want them to continue arguing on this topic. Once a woman started arguing about something, it would definitely be endless. Lin Feng said, "There was a reason why I hugged Xiaonan just now. As a man, I can ignore my image, but girls care a lot about these things, so let's not talk about this anymore to avoid damaging Xiaonan's image. Let's not stay here any longer and move forward." Yuliyoshi didn't continue targeting Wang Xiaonan after hearing Lin Feng's words. Saber Lord took out a map and studied it carefully. In the end, he chose a path, and the group of 9 continued forward. A day later, they arrived outside a huge valley. It should be here. This valley is called the Forbidden Valley, and it's about 10 miles long. There are powerful restrictions here. Once we pass through this valley, we'll reach the ancient Devil Fall. Saber Lord said excitedly. Everyone's spirits were roused. After going through so many dangers, they were finally about to reach their destination. They were naturally very happy. I can faintly sense that there are quite a few powerful restrictions here, but the naked eye can't see them. Smoothly passing through this valley won't be easy. Yu Kunshin said. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, follow behind me. Don't wander off." Everyone's eyes lit up, and Wang Xiaonan said, "Big Brother Lin, you can see through these restrictions?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Follow behind me. Let's move." With Lin Feng's inheritance from the Celestial Master Sect, he didn't need to use the heavenly demon snake eye to sense where the restrictions were. Under his lead, the group ventured deeper into the valley. They traveled a full 5 miles, avoiding all of the restrictions. Everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be able to help them avoid the dangerous deployment spells, and on top of that, he could do it so easily. A fork in the road appeared in front of them, and Lin Feng stopped there. "There are 2 paths. Which one should we take?" Yuliyoshi looked at Lin Feng. The others also looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was proficient in formations, so they would naturally listen to Lin Feng's opinion. Lin Feng said, "The path on the left is less dangerous, but it's still covered in restrictions. The path on the right, on the other hand, is much more dangerous. There aren't any restrictions here, but rather a crack in the void. From time to time, void energy will leak out." "Then should we take the path on the left?" Nalan Jirua asked. "No, the right one," Lin Feng said. "Why do we have to take the more dangerous path instead of the safer one?" Everyone was puzzled. Lin Feng said, "The path on the left isn't safe either. The path ahead isn't as dangerous as the one on the right, but I feel that the deeper we go, the more dangerous it will be. It seems like there's hope, but it's actually a dead end. The path on the right seems like a dead end, but there's also a chance of survival." "What do you mean by that?" Everyone was puzzled. Said Lin Feng, "Remember, the more dangerous a place is, the more likely it is to die. In that kind of place, life usually means death. In death, there is always a chance to live. That's because the Tao of heaven is flawed. The path of life is filled with danger. The path of death is filled with danger, but the path of death is filled with danger." This was a saying recorded in the Celestial Master Sect's inheritance. It had been summarized by the Celestial Master Sect's ancestor, so it made sense. Everyone fell silent. "Everyone, follow me closely," Lin Feng reminded them. At that moment, the celestial demon snake opened its eyes. When the celestial demon snake opened its eyes, Lin Feng saw a distorted crack in the void. A terrifying void energy leaked out from the crack, enough to instantly tear apart a Tao artifact. From this, one could see how terrifying the void energy was. If a body of flesh and blood was hit by this void energy, it would be very dangerous. Luckily, Lin Feng had opened his celestial beast snake eyes and could see all the cracks in the sky. He took the others to avoid them one by one. They walked about 1 kilometer. Suddenly, a miserable shriek came from behind them. Everyone looked over and was shocked to see that Yu Kunshin, who was at the back of the group, was in trouble. A pitch-black bug, about half a meter long, had emerged from a crack in the void. Its sharp claws had pierced his chest from behind. Yu Kunshin lowered his head and stared in disbelief at the claw that had pierced his chest and was still dripping blood. Am I going to die just like that? Yu Kunshin laughed bitterly and fell to the ground. Chapter 1277. It's a void god-eater bug. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He couldn't help but turn pale. He had heard about the empty space god-eating insect before. He had also seen pictures of them, but he had never seen them in real life. Now, he had actually seen one here. The void god-eater bug was one of the most terrifying types of bugs. It lived in shattered space or cracked space, and it could travel through space-time at will. Moreover, its body was tough, and it could appear and disappear unpredictably. The void god-eater bug was like the most powerful killer, silently closing in on its prey. And then, its sharp claws could instantly pierce its prey's chest. That was how Yu Kunshin had died. Before the void god-eater bug had attacked him, Yu Kunshin hadn't even noticed the bug's presence. Once the void god-eater bug attacked, it was practically a fatal attack. Quick, kill it. Everyone panicked. They had all heard of the void god-eater bug before, and now that it had appeared here, it could very well be a devastating blow. If they were not careful, all of them might become the prey of the void god-eater bugs and then be eaten by them. Everyone took out their magic treasures and attacked the void god-eater bug. Swoosh. However, the void god-eater bug was abnormally fast, and it instantly drilled into a crack in space, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng and the others' attacks all missed. Squeaking sounds rang out one after another. Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility, and his scalp went numb. Wang Xiaonan cried out in horror. There can't be a lot of void god-eater bugs here, right? The next moment, one void god-eater bug after another drilled out of the cracks in space. There were a total of 400 to 500 void god-eater bugs. When Lin Feng saw those empty space godly insects, his face turned deathly pale. The number of spirit-eating bugs of void was too large. One of these horrible and evil creatures was extremely difficult to deal with, let alone 400 or 500 of them. This number was too large. Nalan Jirua wanted to use the Kunlun pouch to swallow these void god-eater bugs. But this time, she didn't succeed. The life forms in the land of sealed demons were very strange. All of them seemed to be able to resist the Kunlun pouch's ability to swallow them. Of course, it was also possible that the order laws of the land of sealed demons were suppressing the Kunlun pouch's ability to devour the living beings of the land of sealed demons. As for the Kunlun pouch, it could only devour foreign cultivators for now. What should we do? Are we going to die here? Wang Xiaonan cried out in horror. The others also had gloomy and hopeless expressions. Now that the god-eater bugs were everywhere, they already had no way to escape. If they were in a safe place, they might be able to fight these void god-eater bugs. Perhaps they could break out of the encirclement. However, this place was filled with cracks in the void. He couldn't move around at all. If he moved carelessly and touched a crack in the void, the bugs wouldn't even need to attack him. He would be killed by the cracks in the void. Little girl, don't worry. With me here, we won't die, Wu Mu said. At that moment, Wu Mu spoke up. He took out a golden bell. Wu Mu held the golden bell in his hand and gently shook it. Patter, patter, patter. The densely packed void god-eater bugs fell from the sky. By the time they fell to the ground, they were already dead. The void god-eater bugs that hadn't died let out ear-piercing screams of terror and fled. In the end, a large number of void god-eater bugs' corpses fell to the ground. A small number of them escaped into the cracks in the void and disappeared without a trace. We actually managed to survive? Wang Xiaonan couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Lin Feng and the others were also overjoyed. They had originally been in despair. They hadn't expected Wu Mu to take out such a powerful treasure. These people really aren't simple. Lin Feng was also very shocked. Clearly, they dared to enter the demon sealing land to search for treasures. Every one of them had a lot of hidden methods. Nalan Jirua took out the Kunlun pouch and swallowed the attacks of a group of cultivators. She even swallowed more than 20 cultivators. Then there was Elder Gue, who turned into a paper golem to fight against the ghost soldiers. And now there was Wu Mu, who used the mysterious spell to kill 300 to 400 void god eater bugs. Lin Feng guessed that Wu Mu was very likely a cultivator who specialized in beast taming. Of course, Lin Feng didn't ask about it. They had only formed a temporary team. Everyone had their secrets. Asking about other people's secrets would only lead to suspicion and vigilance. Lin Feng looked at Yu Kunshin's corpse. When a large number of void god eater bugs appeared, many of them quickly ate Yu Kunshin's corpse clean. Not even his bones were left behind. Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to stay and quickly left this place. After walking for about 1 mile, the 8 of them finally saw the exit and walked towards it. At that moment, more than 10 cultivators appeared at the exit. These cultivators looked indifferent and attacked Lin Feng and the others. The leader of the cultivators sneered and said, "You're quite strong to be able to come here, but it's time to end this, including all of you. All of you, die." Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were used, forming a torrent of attacks that drowned Lin Feng and the others. These attacks were really tyrannical. Most importantly, Lin Feng and the others hadn't walked out of the area filled with spatial cracks. They could only move around a small area. Now, facing these powerful attacks, they could only passively take a beating. This situation was naturally very dangerous. If it were anyone else, they might have died without a burial place. But Nailin Jirua's Kunlun pouch was too powerful. She directly took out the Kunlun pouch. This treasure was activated by Nailin Jirua. All the attacks were swallowed by the Kunlun pouch. Then, the Kunlun pouch showed its power and a powerful suction force surged out. The cultivators who were attacking Lin Feng and the others flew uncontrollably toward the Kunlun pouch. Their bodies kept shrinking. "Spare us, we were wrong. Spare us this time." Many cultivators cried out in horror. Now, there was only endless fear in their hearts. Nailin Jirua was unmoved and continued to control the Kunlun pouch to swallow these cultivators. "Do you know who we are? We're..." There were also cultivators who wanted to introduce themselves to threaten Nailin Jirua. But those cultivators were swallowed by the Kunlun pouch before they could finish their words. Mournful screams were heard. One cultivator after another died tragically in the Kunlun pouch. This Kunlun pouch was extremely strange. It had swallowed more than 20 people last time, and those people's flesh and blood must have been devoured by the Kunlun pouch. Now, these cultivators were the same. They had died tragically in the Kunlun pouch, and their flesh and blood had been devoured by the Kunlun pouch. Nailin Jirua immediately put away the Kunlun pouch. Lin Feng and the others hurriedly walked out of the area filled with spatial cracks. They came to a safe area and looked into the depths. They saw black fog lingering in the depths. They could vaguely see a huge mountain that was thousands of meters tall. It was majestic and gave off a heavy aura. Chapter 1278. When they arrived in front of the mountain, they saw a huge cave. The cave was sealed with restrictions, so if they wanted to enter, they would have to break the restrictions. The task of breaking the restrictions was naturally left to Lin Feng. The restrictions sealing the cave were extremely powerful, but they weren't enough to stump Lin Feng, the successor of the Celestial Master's branch. He successfully tore open the restrictions, allowing everyone to enter. Once everyone was inside, Lin Feng followed closely behind. The entrance to the cave was extremely large. It was a huge cave with a diameter of 10 meters. The group cautiously walked into the cave. A gloomy aura emanated from the cave from time to time. Wang Xiaonan said, "There won't be anything terrifying inside, right?" Elder Gue laughed strangely and said, "Anything can happen in such a gloomy place. There might even be a Ain spirit." Ain spirit? Wang Xiaonan was so frightened that her face paled slightly. She tightly hugged Lin Feng's arm, as if she wanted to find some sense of security with Lin Feng around. Lin Feng immediately felt his arm sink into a ball of softness. That feeling made him involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Didn't this girl know how alluring her body was? Wasn't she afraid of arousing his lust by touching him like that? He really didn't know if Wang Xiaonan was truly innocent, or if she was doing it on purpose. Lin Feng said, There's nothing wrong with being careful. Don't be so close to obtaining the treasure, only to fail miserably in the end. Everyone nodded solemnly. Soon, they entered the belly of a huge mountain. The belly of the mountain was like a beehive. It was densely packed with holes. There are so many tunnels. Which one should we go through? Ulyoshi frowned slightly. Saberlord said, just pick one. I have a feeling that these hundreds of holes are all connected and will lead to the same place in the end. Lin Feng's opinion was exactly the same as Saberlord's. He also felt that this was very likely. The group of them chose a path and entered it, heading inside. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xiaonan, who had been hugging his arm. Looking down, he could even see a tempting snow-white skin. Lin Feng said, Xiaonan, you don't have to worry. If there really is danger, we'll take care of you. Let go of my hand now. If there really is danger, if you hold on to my arm like this, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to act. Wang Xiaonan's pretty face slightly blushed as she nodded her head. Only then did she release Lin Feng's arm. However, she continued to follow behind Lin Feng. The group continued to venture deeper and deeper, and indeed, they found that the depths of the tunnels were intertwined and connected together. In the end, they found an enormous stone gate that was 100 meters tall inside the mountain that was full of tunnels that extended in all directions. This should be a stone room. It was unknown who cultivated here, but everyone was astonished. Let's open the stone door together, Saberlord said. Everyone came to the front of the stone door and exerted force together. Rumble, rumble. Finally, under the combined efforts of the 8 people, the stone door was pushed open bit by bit. Finally, the stone door was pushed open, and a gap big enough for one person to enter was opened. The group entered the stone door one after another. The stone room was extremely large, and at the top of the room was a huge 8 trigrams diagram. In the middle of the room was a sacrificial altar. On the altar was a coffin. Could it be the coffin that the ancient devil was buried in? Lin Feng and the others were astonished. They walked towards the coffin, and at that moment, 3 cultivators suddenly entered the stone room from outside. Ha ha ha! Thank you for helping us break through the layers of restrictions here. Loud laughter rang out. The 3 cultivators who had entered the stone room were all wearing green linen clothes, and they all looked extremely old. However, each of them had a terrifying chi that could make one's soul tremble. These 3 people were definitely existences at the level of old immortals. The Yin-Yang Elders, it's you. The spectral elder recognized the identities of the 3 old men, and his face became incomparably gloomy. Isn't that the Ghost King's 1000 annihilation? You old bastard, you're still alive? The old man on the left sneered coldly. You're still alive, so how could I die? Elder Ghost said with a gloomy expression. Who are these 3 people? Asked Lin Feng in a low voice. Saberlord said solemnly. The 3 Yin-Yang Elders are the 3 strongest cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect. They were all people from more than 20,000 years ago, and each one of them was extremely powerful. I'm afraid that they're close to becoming gods. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Close to the god realm? That was too terrifying. Die here. All the treasures, divine abilities, and everything left behind by the ancient devil will be ours, said the Yin-Yang Elders gloomily. The map that Lord Saber had obtained had probably been given to the auction house by the Yin-Yang Elders. The 3 old bastards had been looking for people to break through the layers of restrictions, and the Yin-Yang Elders had been hiding in the dark. They hadn't done anything, and when it was time to collect the treasures, the Yin-Yang Elders would come out and reap the benefits. Little Bratlin, you go open the coffin. We'll deal with the Yin-Yang Elders together, shouted Senior Ghost. He had been in the same era as the Yin-Yang Elders, so he knew how terrifying they were. Nailin Jirua took out her Kunlun pouch, and the 7 of them activated it together. They wanted to use it to devour the Yin-Yang Elders. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The 3 Yin-Yang Elders sneered. They did not even use their Dharma treasures when they attacked. They simply slapped the Kunlun pouch with their palms. The Kunlun pouch, which was activated by 7 powerful cultivators, was sent flying by the 3 Yin-Yang Elders. The 3 Yin-Yang Elders were too strong. Gue Kaienmi, looks like you're really not going to make it. You've weakened too much. The Yin-Yang Elders sneered. They spoke at the same time. As far as the young elders were concerned, the others were just nobodies. Only Senior Ghost was a threat. Don't be too happy. Ghost Elder let out a strange laugh. Together with the rest of the people, they frantically activated the Kunlun pouch to attack the young elders. The two sides clashed again and again. At that moment, Lin Feng was trying to break through the restrictions on the coffin. The formation-splitting technique passed down by the Celestial Master Sect was extremely powerful. The runes on the coffin cracked, and finally, Lin Feng opened it. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from the coffin, and Lin Feng was sent flying a dozen meters away. Wah! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Balls of energy flew out one after another. It was unknown what they contained, but they all emitted shocking fluctuations. The treasures have appeared. Everyone's eyes lit up. They couldn't care less about fighting, and they all rushed toward the treasures. Lin Feng couldn't care less about the pain in his body. He crawled up and was about to pounce on the treasures floating in the air. Don't try to take those things. The real treasure is the coffin. Hurry up and take the coffin. Leave this place. At that moment, the demon lord's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ancient Devil's body was not in the coffin. Had he not buried himself? Instead, he chose to pass away in meditation. If he passed away in meditation, his body and soul would be destroyed. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Nothing would be left behind. Many experts would choose to pass away in meditation when they died instead of leaving their corpses behind. This was also to prevent future cultivators from discovering their corpses. These experts' corpses were treasures in and of themselves. Once their corpses were discovered, they would either be dissected or refined into powerful external incarnations. They would even be taken away for research. To those top-notch experts, this was naturally a great humiliation. They were nobles when they were alive. They were humiliated after death. This was something that many experts couldn't accept. Therefore, many experts chose to pass away in meditation when they died, letting their bodies turn into dust. When the three elders found that there was nothing else in the coffin, they no longer paid attention to it. Instead, they collected the treasures in the void. There were more than 10 treasures, all of which were very shocking. Although they didn't know what these treasures were, since they were treasures left behind by the giant devil, they were definitely extraordinary. The Ghost Elder was furious. He didn't want to lose a single treasure. The Ghost Elder had some powerful techniques. Although his lifespan was nearing its end and his strength was greatly reduced, some of his trump cards were still terrifying. The Ghost Elder took out a large handful of soybeans and threw them out. When those soybeans landed on the ground, they turned into a dense group of large men wearing armor and holding war spears. All of the large men charged towards the three elders. "You're courting death." The three elders roared angrily. Each of their palms could kill more than 10 people. However, there were too many of these large men wearing armor. Moreover, they weren't weak. If the three elders wanted to kill all of them, it wouldn't be that easy. The scene was chaotic. The rest of the people also began to snatch the treasures. Seeing the treasures being snatched away one by one, the three elders' faces turned ashen. At this time, Lin Feng put away the broken coffin. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The 8 trigrams diagram at the top of the stone room suddenly rotated, attracting everyone's attention. Suddenly, the formation cores guarding the 8 trigrams diagram, Qian, Kuren, Jian, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, and Dui, all emitted a dazzling light. Then, in the light, huge insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth flew out. Those insects were each more than 20 meters long. They seemed to have been sealed in the 8 trigrams diagram before, but now they were released. Void God-Eater insects? Heavens, how can there be such huge Void God-Eater insects? When they saw those Void God-Eater insects, everyone turned pale with fright. Even terrifying existences like the 3 young elders had terrified expressions on their faces. The 3 elders managed to snatch 7 treasures, while the remaining treasures were taken by Lord Saber and the others. Originally, the 3 elders had planned to kill everyone and steal their divine abilities and treasures, but now, how could they be in the mood to do that? They immediately rushed out of the cave. "Go! Go, go. Hurry up and leave, shouted Lin Feng. His face was filled with fear. Those void god-eater insects might really be able to kill gods. If he didn't leave now, he would really die under the claws of these giant void god-eater bugs and become their food. The group of people rushed out of the stone room one after another. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The door to the stone room was pushed open by a group of void god-eater insects. Next, the void god-eater insects chased after the group. Scram! Shouted the three elders coldly. They slapped at Wang Xiaonan, who was running at the front. Lin Feng shook his head when he saw that. Wang Xiaonan was probably going to die. Who are you telling to scram? Snorted Wang Xiaonan. She turned around and threw out a few hundred talismans. Those talismans were all high-grade talismans. Some of them were even saint-grade talismans. Lin Feng didn't have any, but Wang Xiaonan threw them out like trash. Who was this Wang Xiaonan to have so many high-grade talismans on her? The talismans exploded. Bang! The destructive power produced by the explosion of several hundred talismans was simply too terrifying. The Yin-Yang elders were blown away, each of them vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng and the others were blown dozens of meters away. The cave had completely collapsed, and they were trapped inside. Behind them, the gigantic empty space god-eating insects chased after them. That little girl tricked us. Lord Saber's face was gloomy. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had thought that Wang Xiaonan was naive and innocent. Who would have thought that she had been scheming against them all this time? Now, she had blown up the exit so that they could deal with the void god-eater insects, giving her time to escape. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.